Nandana Prakachana Ranjana Jamuna Chira Panachari Jamuna Chira Panachari Jaya Radha Timidandasya Jnananjana Chalakaya Chakshuru Milidam Jena Tasmai Sri Gurave Namaha Sri Chaitanya Manobhishtam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamayam Dadati Swapadantikam Vandeham Sri Guru Sri Juta Padakamalam Sri Gurun Vaishnavamscha Sri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahakana Raghunathan Vidham Tam Sajivam Sadvaitam Savadutam Harijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Sri Radha Krishna Padan Sahakana Lalita Sri Vishakanditamscha He Krishna Karuna Sindhu Dina Bandhu Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namostate Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Vrishabhanu Sute Devi Pranamami Hari Priyai Vanchakalpatarubhyascha kripa sindubhya evacha patitanam bhavanibhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Preshtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Iti Namine. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshakarine. I am very grateful that you all came from so many places to gather at this community offering to Srila Prabhupada, Govardhan Eco Village. It has been a dream for a long, long time to see so many devotees coming here to share bhakti, the aspiration for pure devotional service with each other and with the whole world. I'm remembering in 1977, His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami, Srila Prabhupada, he performed his concluding pastime within this physical world of returning to Krishna from his eternal home to Vrindavan to his eternal home in Vrindavan. At the time, I was 26 years old. And the majority of devotees who were disciples of Srila Prabhupada were even younger than that. And he was such a goal in our life to see, to serve, to please, that it was inconceivable to all of us. How could individually or collectively we continue? At that time, we truly had to take shelter of surrender to the gifts that Srila Prabhupada had given us. Practically what kept us going at all times was let us do something wonderful together, because Srila Prabhupada will soon come and he will see it, and we have the opportunity to make him happy. And if he is happy, Krishna will be happy. In separation, we have to find our Guru within our own hearts. And to be sincere in that way, there's really no more facades of trying to pretend. It's always like that. But when there's physical proximity, sometimes we have this tendency. We want to do something that we're really not. But now all that was left was the gratitude and the intention to express our gratitude within our hearts by how we received his gift, how we share it with one another as a community, and how we share it with the world. Soon after that, my beloved godbrother Yadubar Prabhu, he released a wonderful film. It was the life story of Srila Prabhupada. It was entitled, Your Ever Well-Wisher. Srila Prabhupada, in many ways, he was the leader of our whole society through his example, through his tireless traveling, through his monumental writing of books of Vaishnava literature, and also through his letters. And in each letter he would sign, Your Ever Well-Wisher. Yadubar Prabhu, Vishaka Devi, by entitling this film, Your Ever Well-Wisher, really brought Srila Prabhupada to our hearts in such a special way. In this world, we have well-wishers. And we even try to be a well-wisher. But what does it mean to be an ever well-wisher? Ever means forever. Eternal. Krishna is the ever well-wisher for every soul. Bhoktaram yagya tapasam sarva loka maheshwaram suritam sarva bhutanam. There's so much conflict in this world because the nature of the false ego, it wants to exploit, even in the name of being a well-wisher. The nature of the soul is to serve with love. Krishna, the Paramatma, the Supreme Soul, Bhagavan, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, declares he is the ever well-wishing friend of all living beings. The depth of this statement, your ever well-wisher, was the life that Srila Prabhupada left. He sacrificed his everything to bring us closer to God. The Bhagavad Gita, Krishna tells Nashato Vidyate Bhava, that those who know the truth understand that what is real has no end. And what is unreal has no real endurance. Dukkhalayam ashashvatam. The basis of suffering in this world is everything is temporary. You cannot hold on to anything. Sometimes we think, I wish I could hold on to my youth. When I'm young, when I have strength, when I have people think I'm beautiful, all of these things that come with youth. You cannot hold on to youth. No one ever did. But you can't hold on to old age either. If we don't surrender to God's love, then our old age is going to become youth again. And our youth is going to be old age again. And Dukkhalayam ashashvatam means in every situation of the temporariness, pleasures are the seed of suffering. And we're all seeking pleasure. So giving some physical and emotional relief and help is a well-wisher. But it culminates in death and rebirth, and death and rebirth. And as far as in between, does anybody know any time in our modern history, or even our ancient history, when there was not wars? There's always wars in this world. Based on greed, based on egoism, there's always exploitation, prejudice, violence, corruption, greed, lust, abuse. It is our dharma to do everything within our powers to make the quality of life more protective and better for people. But still, it's just a matter of time till it happens everywhere. Abramabhavanaloka punaravartanojana mamupekitakontiya punarjanmanavidyate. From the highest planet of Brahmaloka down to the lowest of Patalaloka, these things are happening. Old age, disease, death. But Krishna says, one who comes to me never has to suffer these things again. the greatest need, which is also the seed to make the greatest service to humanity and all living beings on all levels, is to aspire to love God. With the philosophical information that every living entity is an eternal soul, that every living being is a part of God, that all of creation and all that exists is the sacred property of God. Our mother and our father is sharing all resources of everything with us. And when we forget that connection, to serve with love, to surrender to God's love. Forgetfulness of that is the cause of all suffering. This morning I was walking with His Holiness Bhakti Swami Maharaj, and we saw, it looked like an environmental advertisement, but it was actually a very deep philosophical truth. There was a vessel of water, and it said, "Water is our best friend." No one could live without water. In that sense, water is our best friend. Without water, we suffer, we get diseased, we die. Krishna tells in Gita, "I am the taste of water." Earth, water, fire, air, ether, mind, intelligence, ego, this is all my external energy. Varasya Shaktiya Vivadaiva Shruyate. Everything that exists is Krishna's energy. So on a very preliminary level, just by remembering Krishna's the taste of water, we remember Krishna. And if we remember with gratitude, Krishna, I'm the light of the sun and the moon. At every moment, Krishna is saving our life. To be grateful, to remember, we gradually become purified. And in the completely purified state, the same principle has another expression. When we taste the water, or see the light of the sun or the moon, we remember Krishna in ecstatic love. Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, in the role of a devotee, demonstrated the highest potential of bhakti. He would see water, not only remember Krishna, but remember the Yamuna River and remember Krishna's pastimes and go into the deepest state of spiritual trance in ecstatic love. To always remember Krishna and never forget Krishna. Because Krishna is the source of everything that exists. This idea of eternity is what a devotee must be focused on. Even while dealing with the temporary situations of the world, We want to do it in harmony with what is eternal. Krishna consciousness means to be conscious in every situation with our eternal nature, to love and serve Krishna. Srila Prabhupada and our acharyas, they would describe what is a transcendentalist. It is someone who is aspiring for or who have realized what is beyond the temporary changes of this material existence. And there's two classifications of transcendentalists: impersonalist and personalist. One is seeking to go beyond all the dualities of material existence and enter into the state of Brahman. Transcendence beyond birth and death, beyond suffering. And the Vaishnava philosophy is going deeper and beyond. Brahmeti Paramatmeti Bhagavaneti Sabkiti. The Absolute Truth has these three features: the all-pervading Supreme Brahman, the Lord who is the witness and the friend within every heart, and Bhagavan, the Supreme Personality of God. The first created being of the universe, the Father and the Guru of all beings, was Lord Brahma. And he composed in his most cherished contribution of literature, Brahma Samhita, Ishvara Parama Krishna Sachit Ananda Vigraha, Anadir Adir Govinda Sarva Karana Karana. Krishna's form, Krishna's name, Krishna's pastimes, Krishna's abode, Krishna's qualities, Krishna's love, compassion, Krishna's beauty is eternal, full of knowledge and full of bliss. All attractive is sometimes the way of defining Krishna's name. What is the power of that attraction? All of existence is based on this attraction. It's attraction between male, female of various species in various ways that everything takes birth. It's these gravitational attractions of the earth and the objects and the planets and the moon and the sun that keeps everything in its place in its orbits. The whole economy is attraction to wealth, with the idea that it will bring happiness. The whole idea of politics is attraction, sometimes to do good for people, or sometimes to exploit and gain power. Even a blade of grass is hungry for water. Everyone is eating. You cannot survive without eating something, consuming something. It's based on an attraction. We cannot survive without attraction. But we're given information at the time of the beginning of the of creation. There's Mahavishnu. And all the universes are like little bubbles that come out of the pores of his body. By his inhalation, everything goes in, and by his exhalation, everything comes out. So from a gravitational perspective of mass, Mahavishnu is absolutely all attractive. If we just focus our attention to be attracted by Krishna, he's all attractive. And we read in Srimad Bhagavatam, even Mahavishnu, Karunodakshayi Vishnu, is longing to see Krishna. They're the same person. But still, Achintya Veda Veda Tattva. This idea of one and difference. Everyone I'm seeing, and I can't see everybody, but I kind of see everybody. I'm seeing your bodies. I'm seeing certain expressions that may be in your mind. But according to the Upanishads, you are 1/10,000th the size of the tip of a single hair. That's the soul. Can anybody see that? And that's who all of you are. And you're seeing this old body here, but actually, you can't see me. But you can see the presence of the power of that infinitesimal spark of God. Why does it have such a power? Why does that soul, in the form of an elephant, could just rip trees out from their roots? Or create armies? Or become great scientists? It's because we're part and parcel of Krishna. Nityo Nityanam Chaitanas Chaitanam. Krishna is the one supreme soul, and all souls that are emanating from that one soul are forever subordinate, dependent upon the supreme soul. But what is that dependence? In forgetfulness of the beauty, the sweetness, and the love of the Supreme Lord. We're either distracted and entangled by karma, the actions and reactions of this world. When we philosophically study material life, it's very senseless. Because in order to achieve something, you have to produce so much karma, but all that karma is going to come back. To gain something, if we exploit, directly or indirectly, inevitably we will become exploited. Sometimes we remember, usually we don't. But when we act, speak, and think in the service of the Lord for the pleasure of Krishna, Neha Vikramanasasti, because Krishna is eternal, that moment we are connecting with the eternal. In Krishna consciousness, When we are pleasing Krishna through devotional service, that moment we are connecting with eternity. Because Krishna is eternity. Janmadya Shayata, he's the source of everything that exists forever. To depend on Krishna, to surrender to Krishna, is the supreme, ultimate experience of beauty, sweetness, and love. Namo Mahabharanyaya Krishna Prema Pradayate. Such an inconceivable gift Lord Chaitanya has come to give to the world. God is great, but he's revealing freely to anyone who's willing to just accept the sweetest, most beautiful revelation of God. Vrindavan. Krishna's not just the supreme master. He's the supreme, most beautiful lover of all living beings. He's not just creating and destroying universes. He's playing his flute. He's dancing. He's playing. This gift that Srila Prabhupada gave us, the opportunity in this lifetime to aspire for the sweetest experience of eternal love for God, to be attracted by Krishna. That is why we recognize him as our ever well-wisher. It has been said by devotees who spoke, myself, I'm an infinitesimal, tiny little soul who, from an intellectual, emotional, or physical level, very disqualified on every level. But somehow or other, by Srila Prabhupada and our beloved Acharya's mercy, is giving us a chance to serve. Giving us a chance to share what we have received. How can we claim any greatness for that? If anyone is speaking anything of appreciation, it's for the person who is allowing us to share his wealth. And actually, the gratitude goes to those who are willing to receive our efforts to serve. In bhakti, we are endlessly grateful for anyone who's willing to receive what we're trying to give on behalf of our gurus, whatever our positions may be. Govardhan Eco Village is built on one of Srila Prabhupada's dreams, that a place of pilgrimage be created to remember Krishna. But actually, all of Srila Prabhupada's temples, all of Srila Prabhupada's projects, all of Srila Prabhupada's books, every one of those hundreds of millions that have been distributed, they all have this common purpose: to help remember the all-beautiful, all-merciful, all-loving Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna, and to inspire people to keep the compass of their golden life focused on that eternal gift that Krishna has given by descending to this world. Madan Mohan Temple. When we see it, we're not just seeing carved stone. We're seeing the opportunity to remember the life and the lesson of Sanatana Goswami, who was the beloved devotee of Madan Mohan. How he lived on a simple hill. Sanatana Goswami went from the prime minister of an entire kingdom to becoming a beggar living in the forest of Vrindavan, just wearing some discarded cloth as a kopin, begging for some coarse wheat flour door to door, mixing it with some Yamuna river water, making a ball, putting it in a fire. And now this beautiful ancient 4,500-year-old deity of Madan Mohan comes to live with him. They're living together under a tree on the ground, with no roof, nothing. And whatever he's begging, he's offering. And we all know the story. Madan Mohan's, one day Krishna speaks. Sanatan, can you put some salt in the roti? And Srila Prabhupada tells a story. He becomes very emotional, almost crying. Srila Prabhupada speaks Sanatana Goswami's words, that my Lord, I'm sorry, this is all I have. Please accept it. And he accepted it. And by his own sweet will, a few years later, somebody came by and built this beautiful temple. And Sanatana Goswami, he was still living under trees. He put Krishna in the beautiful temple, and he was still out begging. It's the rememberers of these leelas of the Lord and the loving relationship with devotees that we come here to share with one another. Last night, we visited our Govardhan Hill. And near Radha Kund, Shama Kund, there's a little shrine for Janava Devi. And just across is a little samadhi of Srila Raghunath Das Goswami. And other shrines with paintings of the personality in them. But when we hear the stories and we remember these stories, such a richness of experience that we're given. Janava was the Acharya of our Sampradaya, the consort of Nityananda Prabhu. The 6 Goswamis, the associates of Lord Chaitanya that were still living, the next generation, they accepted her as their senior-most leader. She walked from Kardaha on the bank of Ganga to Ketarigram in Bangladesh, all the way to Vrindavan with a assembly of sincere devotees with her. And when she came to Vrindavan, she was welcomed by Jiva Goswami. And the first thing she asked, tell me, how is Raghunath Das Goswami? Jiva Goswami, he said, Raghunath Das Goswami lived with Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu Swarup Damodar Goswami Ramananda Rai for 16 years in Puri. Then they left this world. He came to Vrindavan. He was going to jump from Govardhan Hill, but Rupan Sanatan convinced him, please stay with us and let us hear and chant and share the glories of Lord Chaitanya's mercy with each other in the world. Rupa Goswami left. Sanatan Goswami left. Raghunath Bhatta Goswami left. Raghunath Das Goswami was in such a state of deep separation, of ecstatic spiritual love. He already was practically not eating. Now he's eating practically nothing of nothing. When Janava heard his condition, she immediately said, I am going there. She left Vrindavan without hardly any time to go specifically to pacify and give encouragement and blessings to Raghunath Das Goswami. And when she was approaching Sri Radha Kund Krishna Das Kaviraj Goswami, he told Raghunath Das Goswami, Janava's coming. And Raghunath Das Goswami, even though he couldn't walk, he was so weak, he somehow or other started going very fast, as much as he could, stumbling. And they were both crying, coming to each other. And he fell at her feet, and she blessed him. Radha Gopinath Prabhu was talking about spiritual care. This is the basis of our sampradaya. Devotees really care. In this material world, Srila Prabhupada taught us by his example that in every situation, we have to try to be representatives of him by being ever well-wishers. For each other and for the world. Imagine taking that Jaladuta boat across oceans and continents without knowing a single soul. The person who sponsored Srila Prabhupada's trip didn't even really want him to come. He was just trying to satisfy his father. And that was it. He had no other connection. But such faith in the holy names of the Lord, such faith in the instruction of his spiritual master, and such ever well-wishing compassion upon people he never knew. He was willing to sacrifice everything. And as his influence gradually grew, his compassion and his expression of compassion and sacrifice grew along with it. Because he cared, ever well-wisher. How to show our gratitude to Krishna? By showing our gratitude for those who are giving us Krishna. And how to do that? Assisting Srila Prabhupada means helping him become an ever well-wisher for everyone. He is, but helping him to actually connect people's souls to the beauty and the sweetness of Vrindavan and Krishna's love. So, everything in Govardhan Eco Village is meant to help us to remember the Lord and the relationships with his devotees. When we go to holy places of Vrindavan, Puri, Navadvip, when we go to a temple in our hometown, when we go to a temple within our own homes, we start to think ourselves. When we're chanting Krishna's names, hearing Srimad Bhagavatam, this is our goal. To reciprocate with, through our gratitude and our service, the ever well-wishing gifts that we have received. So let us not be distracted. The whole world is distractions. We must keep each other strong as possible to keep our aspiration and focus on what is eternal, what is real. Krishna. Devotion to Krishna. And the devotees of Krishna. Maya will give us every type of example, excuse, and justification to be like everyone else in this world, under the control of selfishness and egoism. Srila Prabhupada spoke that Maya means to forget Krishna. To forget Krishna through his energies, by not recognizing that everything belongs to Krishna and everyone is Krishna's child. Maya is so powerful. As we think we're making spiritual progress, we start to think ourselves superior to others. And what happens? In the name of spiritual progress, we're disconnected from Krishna. We need each other. The association of devotees is the very basic foundation of all our spiritual progress. That association gives us faith to perform our sadhana with the attitude that I am simply aspiring to be a representative of my ever-well-wisher, our ever-well-wisher. Time is so precious. In the last couple years, so many of our very senior beloved leaders, devotees, have left this world. And so many more will. And eventually all will. Every moment is so precious. It's not a matter of being young or old. Prahlad Maharaj told his 5-year-old friends, every moment is so precious. Because we do not know when death will come, but we know it will come. And it's not based on fear of death. As we make spiritual progress, utilizing every moment is not because we know we're going to die soon. Utilizing every moment for the pleasure of the Lord is because we're so grateful to Krishna, and so grateful to our gurus, and so grateful to Srila Prabhupada, and so grateful to each other as devotees, and so grateful for any conditioned soul who's willing to allow us to serve our gurus so nicely by giving them Krishna. Yes, bhakti is a life of gratitude. Bhakti is a festival of gratitude. Thank you very much. Shall we have kirtan? What's the time? 8:15. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swami Iti Namine. Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Sunyavadi Asvatya Your arms very high and let us chant with all our hearts very, very loud, please. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna
Western fruits. He has, she was cracking some joke on Gaurav that he has lost now his caste. Then Maharaj said, as far as I am concerned, I have nothing to lose. As far as caste is concerned, he said, I have nothing to lose. I am already very outcast kind of, like that he said. And then Mataji got little, and Mata said, Maharaj, you are beyond all caste. You are divine, you are spiritual. So whenever we are interacting, naturally Maharaj actually he is very humble, and naturally he will generally not make jokes on others or put anybody else down. And if at all jokes are there, then he will crack jokes on himself and put himself down. So that is actually, and he's very humble and he uplifts everybody sincerely. And as we are hearing from this class, he was expressing gratitude. His heart is always filled with gratitude. I remember one time, a few years back, Nityananda Rishi had come, and when he came for morning program, later on somehow his stomach was upset. He went for toilet, and then his class was there, Bhagavatam class he was scheduled to give. So I went to receive him, but then Maharaj was in toilet. Practically 15-20 times he went for toilet back and forth morning, and then basically got late. And then when Maharaj got finally ready, he was begging forgiveness. He said, please forgive me, I got extremely late, and so many devotees had to wait for me for the class. I said, Maharaj, there's nothing you have to beg forgiveness. Devotees are extremely happy and grateful that you are extending yourself. You could easily say, no, I won't give class and take rest, but still, despite your health challenge, you are extending, so we are extremely happy and grateful. And then Maharaj went, and Maharaj gave a wonderful, long class. Generally, when Maharaj is in public or Maharaj is on Vyasa, you won't understand he has any health issues. He's like full of enthusiasm and these things. And then in the end, when class got over, when we are going back, I just thank Maharaj. Class was so wonderful. You uplifted us. You transported us to a different level. And then Maharaj said, thank you very much for encouraging me. I was like, I was shocked. He said, thank you. So, and he said, I'm grateful to all of you for giving rapt attention at the end. Like sometimes his humility and his gratitude is so deep. Sometimes we may say humbly something or express, but when he says really, it really touches heart. Another thing we see about Radhanath Maharaj is that Maharaj generally doesn't get carried away by externals very much. He's very focused on the character and basic principles of Krishna consciousness. Like when recently I had gone to Govardhanika village, we were having some meetings, and then Gaurampur with a team of devotees came, and they were asking about Maharaj about questions about starting University of Higher Education, where we studied Acharya's commentaries and have Sanskrit and so many other higher studies in Vedic Vaishnava philosophy. And they had many plans, different plans, and then said we'll have courses, physical courses, we'll have online courses, this course, that course, and all these things. And the plans were very exciting and thrilling, and there were a team of devotees. And after presenting all plans, Gaurampur asked Maharaj, so what is your opinion? Then Maharaj then started saying that yes, wonderful studying Sanskrit, studying Acharya's comments, studying, going deeper in Shastra, very nice. But he said, as far as my experience goes, all those stalwart devotees, proper disciples, most of them who entered into Sanskrit and studying Acharya's, all except for 2-3 devotees, most of them have deviated from Srila Prabhupada's teachings. He said, apart from Gopi Parandhan Prabhu and Pradyumna Prabhu, were great scholars and very faithful and loyal Prabhupada. Others is the most of have seen that generally when one goes in these studies, one becomes puffed up, one start thinking I know better, one start putting others down, one thinks I know better than Prabhupada also, one start finding fault with, and then one David's. And then he was saying how studying Shastra is wonderful, but most important is first one has to train people in character. If people have no character, especially unless people are humble, then he was telling, just see our acharyas, Rupa Goswami, Sanatan Goswami, Haridas Thakur, they were so qualified, but they were so humble. Like when Rupa and Sanatan met Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, that humility is breaking my heart. So he said, our acharyas are glorious and Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and all that, appreciated Rupa, Sanatan, Haridas. Why? Because of their humility, because of their, So Maharaj is very, very, he is inspired, or he gets impressed, or he very much emphasizes on humility and all these characters like gratitude, and then service attitude, steadiness, then just external things, like whatever external things are there. Then when he was talking there, he was saying, my dear Prabhus, all of you are wonderful devotees, and what you are trying to do is also wonderful, but I am concerned how your students will be also wonderful because all of you are wonderful devotees, and you are also great scholars, and you are also a great first class character, but how you are going to imbibe that in the students when you are teaching online, how they will learn Vaishnava culture, how they will learn. So I saw that Maharaj was very concerned about the character, Vaishnava character, and all this Vaishnava qualities like humility and service attitude, all this to be imbibed, than just getting big degrees and big scholarship and learning shlokas and learning Sanskrit and presenting in a very sophisticated way. Similarly, another thing we can see in Maharaj's life very prominently is he is very attached to the holy places. Like, one of the things, he gets very much attracted to Calcutta. Why? Because Calcutta is birthplace of Srila Prabhupada. He'll be very, very conscious, oh, now I'm going to Calcutta. When he says Calcutta, immediately he remembers birthplace, and hours together he'll be, talking about it, or meditating on it. Like this time after Kartik Yatra, when he came to Calcutta, he brought, there's some those god sisters, they also wanted to see Maharaj. The way he expresses, anybody when he hears, he feels I should go and see, and I saw he was taking around and hours together explaining every minute detail, in Ultananga, hours together explaining every small thing, and I was just thinking, Maharaj is really so captivated by that spiritual potency of these places. We go so many times, offer them 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, after that we say, let's go to the next place, and sometimes we may not feel, but I say, Maharaj there in Uttaranga, hours together he was just meditating on Bhaktisiddhanta stuff for Prabhupada, and for every corner and nook and corner he was explaining. And then Prabhupada's birthplace, he was so thrilled and excited to be there. And then he went to Radha Govind, childhood Radha Govind, childhood Radha Govind temple. Then he went to Bhakti Bhavan and all this. And everybody was getting so thrilled and excited to visit those holy places. From material point of view, when you go there, actually sometimes they are very dirty. They are not so. Now, fortunately, this at least 2 places, Prabhupada's birthplace and Uttadanga, are renovated. But even when they were not renovated, I remember first room we got, and we had to stay. It was so dirty, so bad, nobody could stand also there. But still, even those days, I saw Maharaj used to be so excited for visiting those places, and So he actually his great attachment to the holy places, and he's really very much dedicated to developing these places. I saw we are not so keen about developing these places, but Maharaj was just pushing and pushing and pushing. Because of Maharaj pushing, we got this Uttadanga, and that was developed, and then Prabhupada birthplace, and now Maharaj this time was pushing very much that we should get Bhaktivinoda Thakur's place. And Maharaj will, the way he will present, anybody hears will be really thrilled. So we hope that now next year is 75th Vyasa Puja Maharaj. Before that we can get this Bhaktivinoda's place, that is Bhakti Bhavan. So we have now Prabhupada birthplace. We have now Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur's first mutt, that is Gaudiya Mutt, that is Uttadanga. And then Maharaj said we should also have Bhaktivinoda's home, that is Bhakti Bhavan, from where he wrote that first book which he sent all over world, Lord Chaitanya, Life and Precepts. And he has written so many books, and most of the time he spent there, and he left the world from that place back to the kingdom of God. So I see that Maharaj really very, very focused in, he has great attachment to the holy places, and focus in developing those places, so that generations together in future they can come and get access the mercy of the Acharyas. Similarly, we see when Maharaj came here last time, when Maharaj had come, Maharaj had said you should make master plan for 25 acres, and next time we'll discuss. One thing of Maharaj is that I saw way back since 2008. Every year he'll give one, he will tell one thing to do, and you do, then he'll tell second thing to do, then he will tell so he will not tell hundreds of things, he will tell one thing to do. So as far as Newtown was concerned, and last time he came, he said, next time you make the master plan, and then we'll discuss. Then this time, when Maharaj comes and we presented him, Maharaj, this is the master plan, this is what we have, all details about land, master plan, and what all things are going on, everything. And after seeing everything, there was a long presentation, maybe 45 minutes or 1 hour, whatever, devotees all presented everything. And Maharaj was listening. One thing is, Maharaj is very good in listening. Maharaj will really, is very, very hearing, he really hears and understands things very. And after hearing everybody speaking, then he asked question. Because we presented Maharaj, this is going to happen now, this is there, this master here is going to this temple going to come, this is the ashram going to come, this, that, and such a big printouts and all this, whole table covered. Then Maharaj asked, so this is going to be temple. So when is the installation of the deities there? Just he asked, when are you going to install deities there? I was just wondering what to answer. Then he asked different devotees, when are you going to install deities? Purushottam Prabhu was also there. He asked, so when are you going to install deities? Everybody was like, Dharam was also there. Everybody was like wondering, kya? Because everybody knew in heart of heart that at least it will take 10 years. In my heart, I was thinking 10 years, but then how to speak? But then he just said, Maharaj, then maybe 10 years or something like that. I said, 10 years? It's like, another yuga, Then he said, you are having construction here, then you are having, we showed them how we are building multi-purpose building and all this thing, and here we are going to have G+8, G+10 building and all this thing. Then Maharaj said, your temple is so small, and you are going to build such a huge, why? And for that you have to invite people and they have to get connected. So he said, you should build first temple here, some nice temple where so many people can come and get connected. Your temple, he said, very, very small. I remember first time 2019 when we built them, I was so appreciated. He said, oh, this temple is so beautiful. So nice. And this time he was saying, oh, what is this? Is so tiny, And if you want to invite people, we have to invite to some beautiful, nice place, So why don't you, then everybody started thinking, yes, Maharaj, then we'll, And then he said, then we are such, we'll do this. He said, no. You think peacefully. And don't haphazardly, You sit peacefully, think peacefully, and come up with the entire plan, how you are going to do. And then he was saying that, while he was going, he was saying, oh, your deities, Shri Nitya so beautiful. I have visited so many temples around, but I have never seen deities so beautiful like this Nitai Gauranga. And then he said, why don't you have Radha Krishna also here, I said, Maharaj, we are just waiting for your instruction. Now you are saying, so definitely new which temple will build, we'll have. So no. So I say that every time Maharaj will come, he will focus on one thing. Now we wanted to have so many discussion, master plan, all. Maharaj did not enter in that. He said, you first build the temple hall. Then and I say that he will tell one thing, when done, then he will discuss something, Otherwise, so many discussion, this, that, so many times, we talk so many things and then nothing is done. So I saw that this time Maharaj said that build this, have beautiful temple hall, have Radha Krishna deities, so that so many people can get connected, and also make sure this unit itself becomes completely full-fledged temple, so that whatever facilities are required for temple, you put it here, because when this master plan starts working, it will be construction site, and then nobody can stay there, And he said, all this area we'll discuss later, but this you make everything as a self-service, so that all devotees can stay, they can get connected, and then when devotees develop relation with deities, and then they say, oh, now we have to build that big temple for this deities, then they will have even more, attachment for whom we are making the building. Like now, for Nitai Gauranga we are making, then, new temple. Similarly, then Radha Krishna comes, then we can know, for Nitai Gauranga and Radha Krishna we are building, bigger. So there will be more attachment to devotees, and, things will be. So I say that generally, every time, Maharaj may not speak much in the meetings, Maharaj will hear. But Maharaj will ask one or two questions and he will turn around everything, So, because I see he's very, very thoughtful and he really understands. And I saw at the end, all devotees were so happy. There were so many plus, minus, different things. But when Maharaj told that this, everybody got a new life, new inspiration. And, so now we hope that this 2025 is actually 60th anniversary of Prabhupada leaving to America from Calcutta. 10 years back we celebrated 50th anniversary. So we hope that on occasion of 60th anniversary of Prabhupada's departure to America, we can start beautiful temple hall, that G+10 building and everything. Already started actually. And we are hoping that on 50th anniversary of Prabhupada's disappearance day. Prabhupada left in 1977. So 2027 is Prabhupada's 50th anniversary of disappearance. So we hope that in 27 February we can install Radha Krishna deities in a beautiful hall, temple hall, and have a beautiful project coming, the phase 1 of this. So we were wondering, Maharaj said, when are you going to install deities? So we hope that on this occasion of reference, we hope that we can install the deities on 50th anniversary of Srila Prabhupada's disappearance day in February of 2027, so that Guru Maharaj will please, Prabhupada will please, and the preaching in Calcutta will announce. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. On this occasion of Vyasa Puja, I beg mercy at lotus feet of His Holiness Radhanath Swami Maharaj, that he can bless all of us, so that we can unitedly, humbly assist him and all GBCs and Prabhupada in fulfilling the dream of Srila Prabhupada to have beautiful, unique, glorious, gorgeous temple in his birth city, Kolkata, here at grand place, Newtown. Hare Krishna. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prabhuji. Hare Krishna. Now I request His Grace Ashok Krishna Prabhu to kindly offer his gratitude, and I request Maharaj Prabhu to be ready, and then Shri Ram Raghav Prabhu, Mukund Kirtan Prabhu.
ओम अज्ञानतिमिरन्दस्य ज्ञानाञ्जनशलाकया चक्षुर्मिलितं तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः। नमो विष्णुपदाय कृष्णाय भूतले श्रीमते राधानाथ स्वामी महाराज की नामिने। नमो विष्णुपदाय कृष्णाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्ति वेदांत स्वामी की नामिने। नमस्ते सरस्वती देवी गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे विशेषनिवादी कापाशद्यस्तारिणे। वांछा कल्पतरु वैश्या कृपा सिंधु च पतितानां पावनेभ्यो वैष्णवेभ्यो नमः। हरे कृष्ण। हरे कृष्ण। महाराज, आपकी आज 74वीं व्यास पूजा के अवसर पर, पुण्य अवसर पर मेरा कोटि कोटि दंडवत प्रणाम आपके चरण कमलों में स्वीकार कीजिए। श्रील प्रभुपाद की जय हो। महाराज, आपके बारे में बोलना सूरज के सामने दीपक दिखाना है। जितना हम बोलेंगे हम बराबर नहीं हो सकते आपसे, आपके हम पूरा उसको कंपेंसेट नहीं कर सकते। आज के इनका हम जब से हमने इनका प्रथम दर्शन किया कई सालों पहले, तो ऐसा लगता था कि जैसे वो हमसे बात कर रहे हैं। वो महाराज की एक बहुत बड़ा गुण है, जब भी वो प्रवचन देते हैं या टेलीविजन देते हैं, लगता है कि हर भक्त बैठा हुआ सोचता कि वो हमसे बात कर रहे हैं। और बहुत ही सॉफ्ट स्पोकन, उनकी जो शिशु सुलभ मुस्कान है वो सबको आकर्षित मोहित कर लेती है। और भगवान महाराज का एक बहुत बड़ा हमने जो शिक्षा मिलती है कि भगवान महाराज हमेशा ये इंसिस्ट करते हैं कि हमें अपनी रियलिटी समझना चाहिए, पीछे न जाके आज के जो महाराज ने पूरे विश्व के लिए आज जो प्रवचन दिया। महाराज ने बोला ये संसार दुखालय है, दुख है। पहले जनाया कि हम रोगी हैं, फिर महाराज ने बहुत जल्दी से बोला कि जिसका सार मैं समझा, दुख क्यों आता है। हम सब सोचते दुख क्यों आता है। महाराज ने नेक्स्ट सेकंड में जो मैं सोच रहा था कि महाराज ने बोला दुख, संसार दुखालय है, संसार दुख से भरा है, हमारा से सबका जीवन दुख है। लेकिन मैं सोच रहा था दुख क्यों आता है, ऐसे सोच रहा था तो महाराज ने बोला जिसका सार मैं समझा, दुख आता है जाने के लिए। क्यों? महाराज ने बोला दुख टेम्पररी है, क्षणिक है। इस क्षणिक दुख के लिए हमको परेशान नहीं होना चाहिए। कैसे? फिर महाराज ने एक बात बोली, माया जो है हमको भुला देती है भगवान से, भगवान को भुला देती है। फिर महाराज ने बोला कि देखो कंटेक्ट्स, सबके कंटेक्ट्स हैं भगवान के साथ, सबके कंटेक्ट हैं, आते हैं दर्शन करते हैं, कंटेक्ट हैं, लेकिन कनेक्शन नहीं है। क्यों? माया बीच में आती है, कनेक्शन हमारा नहीं है। तो जो अभी आचार्य प्रभु ने भी बहुत सुंदर भाव से व्यक्त किया कि महाराज हमेशा यही कहते हैं कि कनेक्शन होना चाहिए हमारा, कांटेक्ट होने से क्या होगा। और फिर महाराज ने समाधान भी दिया, हम कैसे कांटेक्ट को कनेक्शन में बदल सकते हैं। हमारी पूरी टेलीफोन डायरी भरती रहती है कांटेक्ट कांटेक्ट कांटेक्ट, कनेक्शन बहुतों से नहीं होता, भाई भाई का कनेक्शन नहीं है, ऐसा संसार आ गया है। महाराज ने कांटेक्ट कनेक्शन कैसे होगा, भगवान बहुत सरल तरीके से समझाया। हमको भगवान से हमेशा जुड़े रहना पड़ेगा। कैसे? उनके नाम, उनका गुण, उनकी रूप, उनकी लीलाएं, उनके धाम के बारे में हमेशा जानते रहना, हमेशा सुनते रहना। महाराज ने बोला क्यों? फिर सबके मन में आएगा क्यों महाराज क्यों बोल रहे हैं, हम क्यों भाले? फिर भगवान महाराज लॉजिक देते हैं, ईश्वरा परमा कृष्ण सच्चिदानंद विग्रह अनादिरादि गोविंदा सब कारण कारणम, सब कुछ कृष्ण का है। हमको उनके प्रति उनको याद करना चाहिए, हमारा दुख दूर हो जाएगा। कितना सुंदर भाव से महाराज ने समझाया। फिर महाराज ने देखिए इतने छोटे से प्रवचन समय में क्या नहीं कि क्या हम अगर हमको तो लगता है आज के प्रवचन में बार बार सुनूंगा, बहुत कुछ है उसमें। उन्होंने दिया बताया, उन्होंने क्या नहीं, देखिए हम लोगों को रिमाइंड करने के लिए, हम लोग को याद दिलाने के लिए, हमारी स्थिति या उसका समाधान दिलाने के लिए महाराज ने माने ब्रह्म संगीता, भागवतम, गीता, चैतन्य चरितामृत, सारा का सारा उसका सारा सार हमको दे दिया, आज के सारा सार ही देखो। लेकिन फिर महाराज ने बोला ये बहुत से जो फिर उन्होंने हमको और पेपर वेट दे दिया, और ये मत भूलो कि तुम खाली भक्त हो, याद करो अपने संप्रदाय के आचार्यों को, सनातन गोस्वामी, रूप गोस्वामी, रघुनाथ दास, सबका भगवान महाराज ने इतने छोटे समय में इतना कुछ पैक कर दिया है। मैंने हम सोचे में रह नहीं सकते कि हम कैसे भगवान से कनेक्शन करें, क्या करें। इतना त्याग किया उन लोग ने, इतने एग्जाम्पल दिए महाराज ने कि मतलब हम लोग को कनेक्शन होना ही पड़ेगा। ये महाराज का बहुत बड़ा गुण है। और समय कम है, बहुत लोग बोलेंगे, मैं बोलता रहूं तो उसमें नहीं, लेकिन मेन सार ये है। फिर महाराज ने क्या बोला, सबसे बड़ी चीज जो है महाराज ने बोला, ये ब्रह्म संहिता, ये भागवतम, ये गीता, ये चैतन्य चरितामृत हम लोग जानते ही नहीं थे। बचपन से जब पैदा हुए कुछ पता ही नहीं था, सब गीता 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 जानते बस। महाराज बोले इसके प्रति हमें श्रील प्रभुपाद के प्रति कृतज्ञ होना चाहिए, जिन्होंने हमें इतनी शॉर्टकट में सब कुछ दे दिया, खजाना दे दिया, खजाना। तो ये कृतज्ञता जो महाराज ने पूरा कृतज्ञ बोले भगवान के प्रति हम पहले भगवान महाराज देखिए महाराज ने कैसे हमारा ब्रेन को कैसे मैंने ऑपरेट किया। देखिए महाराज ने पहले बोला देखो मानते हो ना भगवान के प्रति कृतज्ञ, माने भगवान ने सब कुछ दिया है, पृथ्वी जल अग्नि वायु आकाश, ये शरीर सब कुछ भगवान ने दिया है, तो कोई डिनाई नहीं कर सकता हम लोग के लिए। फिर महाराज ने बोला हमें भगवान के पास ले जाने के लिए हमें कृतज्ञ होना चाहिए आचार्यों का। फिर आचार्य कृतज्ञ हम कैसे आचार्य के पास पहुंचे? श्रील प्रभुपाद के माध्यम से, गुरुजन के माध्यम से। तो हमको उनको भी कृतज्ञ होना चाहिए। फिर महाराज बोलते हैं कि देखिए हमको प्रकृति के प्रति, सबके प्रति कृतज्ञ होना चाहिए। और फिर महाराज क्या बोलते हैं मालूम है? डाउन टू अर्थ, हमको एक दूसरे से कृतज्ञ होना चाहिए, हैं? एक दूसरे संगे शक्ति कलयुगे करती, हमें जितने हमारे भक्त हैं सबसे हम कुछ न कुछ सीखते हैं, तो हमें कृतज्ञ होना चाहिए उनके प्रति भी। महाराज ने देखिए भगवान से लेकर हमको एकदम डाउन टू अर्थ लगा दिया कि देखो ये तुम्हारे पास अवसर है सत्संग, जो साधु संग मिल रहा है, इससे बड़ा क्या हो सकता है कि नहीं? तो मैं और कुछ ज्यादा बोलना नहीं चाहता। एक थोड़ा सा मैं अपना जो व्यक्तिगत जो मेरे को उनका आशीर्वाद मिला, तो एक बार क्या हुआ कि विद्या मंदिर में कलकत्ते, इस्कॉन कलकत्ते के पास में जो विद्या मंदिर है, वह प्रोग्राम था। महाराज और भक्ति चार्य स्वामी महाराज दोनों मिलके एक प्रोग्राम प्रेजेंट किए थे, मतलब बहुत सुंदर। और वो जो जब वो स्टेज से उतरे, महाराज उतरे, तो मैं अपनी चेयर सीट से उठ के गया और महाराज को दंडवत प्रणाम, दंडवत प्रणाम किया। मैंने दंडवत प्रणाम किया। प्रणाम करने के बाद मंत्र बोल के मैं खड़ा हुआ। मैंने सोचा चले गए होंगे, देखो खड़े हुए हैं, राधानाथ स्वामी खड़े हुए हैं, गुरु महाराज भी खड़े हुए हैं। देखिए मैं कांप गया। अरे मैं मेरे उठने के लिए वे वेट कर रहे हैं, खड़े हुए हैं। मैं खड़ा हुआ, मेरी आंख से आंसू आने लगा था। उन्होंने मेरे कंधे पर हाथ रखा राधानाथ स्वामी महाराज से, और मेरे को चलो मेरे साथ चलने लगे। हमको समझ नहीं आया कि क्या कैसा क्या, लेकिन इतने वो मैंने सबसे कनेक्शन इतनी जल्दी कर लेते हैं कि आपको पता ही नहीं चलेगा कि वो महाराज इतने ऊंचे है और हम कहाँ हैं, हम लोग कुछ भी नहीं है। तो ये सब चीजें, बहुत सी बातें हैं महाराज से हमको सीखने का है, और सीखने का अंत नहीं है। मैं तो ये आज का प्रवचन बार बार सुनूंगा, करूंगा, इसमें बहुत कुछ खजाना है, बहुत कुछ दे दिया, सब कुछ सारा सार दे दिया है। बहुत बड़ी चीज है। मैं बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूँ कि आपने हमको अवसर दिया दो शब्द बोलने के लिए। फिर श्रीला राधानाथ स्वामी व्यास पूजा की जय, श्री राधानाथ स्वामी महाराज की जय।
Hare Krishna. Thank you very much, Grace Ashok Krishna Prabhuji. I request Maharaj Prabhu to kindly give his offering, and further I request Purushottam Goel Prabhu to be ready, and also Vrindavan Chari Prabhu after him.
Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimati Radhanath Swami. So the last Vyas Puja that I attended, a public Vyas Puja, where Maharaj was personally present, was in 2011. And there Bhurijan Prabhu made an offering where he did not even mention Maharaj's name. He just spoke one pastime of Nanda Maharaj abducted by servants of Varuna. He narrated the pastime in detail, and that was his Vyas Puja offering. And I was totally puzzled what kind of offering this was. So I approached Acharya Prabhu, and Acharya said, you can ask Bhurijan Prabhu himself. So I also had an opportunity to ask him, Prabhuji, what kind of offering that was? And you didn't even mention Maharaj's name, you just narrated a pastime. And Prabhuji said, offering is something that a person likes, person loves. And because Maharaj loves Vrindavan, therefore I told him Vrindavan pastime. So following in his footsteps, I would also speak something that Maharaj loves, that Maharaj likes, that Maharaj is pleased with. Actually, this offering was not written, but it was an inspiration for me. And it happened during Rath Yatra time this year, 2024, when we were doing Khichdi services, distributing Khichdi in Rath Yatra. So I was very inspired to see the culture, the legacy that Maharaj has created. And in my heart, I felt very deep appreciation for Maharaj. And at that time, I decided to write it down and present it to Maharaj as an offering. So my offering was written during Rath Yatra itself. So what was that inspiration? I saw the legacy that Maharaj has created with his example and his instruction, that his followers, his disciples always act in the mood of servant of servant. I saw that these devotees were not aspiring for any post and position, were not hankering for any limelight, but they were always in background and offering services very selflessly. And even from totally non-devotional perspective, they are some of the best human beings on planet Earth. So I was feeling very fortunate to be with such devotees, to be with such examples. I was really very inspired. And during my travels, I also see that wherever Maharaj's disciples, they're always like pillars to that community wherever they are. They not only support the community, but they never seek limelight. They always humbly serve in the background, just like salt. When salt is present in appropriate amount, the preparation is very tasty. But when salt is absent, then one realizes, oh, something is missing. But nobody appreciates salt. So I found the same qualities that Maharaj himself has these qualities, that is always in background offering services selflessly. And he has left that legacy for his disciples, for his followers, always emphasizing on eternal principles in his lectures and his example. During my travels also I observed this. So it was really deeply inspiring for me, and I felt deeply grateful to Maharaj for emphasizing these principles and exhibiting these principles of selfless service in his own life. Maharaj is a person who is living among us, who exemplifies the principle of happiness in being the servant, to be happy as a servant. In this world, everyone wants to be happy by becoming the master. But Maharaj is, that's his transcendental quality, that is Vrindavan, to be, and we have Vrindavan Prabhu also with us. So that is Vrindavan, to be happy in offering services selflessly. So when I say this, I also feel very humble that I have a long way to go. I don't consider, when I speak all this, I don't consider myself his disciple. Although formally I am a disciple, but I have a long way to become his sincere disciple. So that was my humble offering. His Holiness Radhanath Swami Maharaj ki Jai. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Maharaj Prabhu. I request Purushottam Goel Prabhu to please offer your gratitude to Maharaj. And next I would request to Vrindavanchari Prabhu to be ready, then Prem Swarup Prabhu to please be ready with your offering.
Hare Krishna. Dear Sri Guru Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances at your lotus feet and allow me to remain there forever as an insignificant speck of dust. It is my inconceivable good fortune that I came to the shelter of your lotus feet and become an object of your causeless mercy. Though I did not have much though it is difficult to describe all your glories and qualities, some of your qualities which I would like to imbibe in me is your genuine appreciation for the devotees who are engaged in the service of your spiritual master. Srila Prabhupada, even a small efforts by devotee in this direction pleases you a lot. Another quality which I would like to develop in me is your deep concern for the devotees. According to you, no preaching technique can replace deep concern for spiritual upliftment of devotees and people in general. On this auspicious occasion of your Vyasa Puja, I beg to give me a drop from the ocean of your qualities you possess. I will be eternally indebted to you. Your insignificant servant, Hare Krishna. Vyasa Puja ki jai.
Thank you, Prabhuji. Now I request His Grace Vrindavan Chari Prabhu to please give your offering, and then after that Prem Swarup Prabhu and next Mukund Kirtan Prabhu. Mukund Kirtan Prabhu can be ready, and Purushottam Nitai Prabhu.
One time in Chowpatty, Maharaj was giving class in one temple, Babulal temple near Chowpatty. When the renovation is happening in the temple, Maharaj was giving class, Bhagavatam class there. So after the class, one devotee asked a question to Maharaj. If you want to take initiation from you, or want to be your disciple, what is your expectation? Like that, one devotee asked a question. Maharaj said few things. I remember now till like one thing Maharaj said is to become instrument in creating unity and affection in Srila Prabhupada society. Maharaj spoke this sentence. So I felt after, even when Maharaj gave class initiation in Kolkata also, he spoke the same sentence like that again. I felt this one of the way to please Maharaj. If somebody try to apply this in one's life, will get a lot of blessings from Maharaj. So this, like, I want to personally try to apply. I need all your blessings so that I will be able to try to apply this in my life and try to please Maharaj. Hare Krishna.
Thank you very much, Prabhuji. Now I request His Grace Prem Swarup Prabhu, and after that Mukund Kirtan Prabhu, Purushottam Nitai Prabhu, and Janva Sundari Mataji. They can be ready for offering.
Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishthaya Bhutale Srimati Radhanath Swami Dinamine. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishthaya Bhutale Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swami Dinamine. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pucharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Pachyanta Deshatharine. Hare Krishna. I seek blessings of all devotees. Today is a very auspicious day. Today is Radhanath Swami Maharaj Vyasa Puja, an appearance. Hearing from Maharaj today and reflecting on his teachings and expectations, as Maharaj Prabhu made a point, really it makes us feel very humble, in the sense of not being humble, but in the sense that it's a long way to go. I remember in 2000, I believe it was 3 or 4, when all the IIT devotees had gone to Bombay, and Maharaj had given a small lecture to the IIT devotees, and one devotee asked a question, our Vipul Prabhu, to Maharaj, Maharaj, you always speak about humility, and it seems so difficult, it almost is very difficult. And then Maharaj spoke as an answer that actually Trinadapi Suni Chena is the gateway, and after that there's Nadhanam na Janam na Sundarim, then Ainanda Tanuja Kinkaram, and then it's further, and he said finally it is Ashlishava Padaratam Pinashtumam. He said humility is just the gateway. And then Maharaj said that actually humility is like the pole star. He said when you navigate in the Sagara, a person, if he keeps his focus on the pole star, he can find his path to reach his destination. So Maharaj said similarly, humility is the pole star. It may look unachievable, but the aspiration for humility will actually help a person to actually enter, like the gateway, and then keeping the focus on that pole star will make us reach love of Godhead. So Maharaj explained it so wonderfully, and so Maharaj's statements and Maharaj's lectures are very, very deep, and hearing the same lecture again, we really actually, I think, you hear it the second time, then you can start, I feel I can understand a little what Maharaj is really wanting to say. The first time hearing is like gathering what Maharaj wants to say, and second, there's more reflection hearing the same. So I actually brought my notes of Festival of Gratitude that I had made into last year, and then when I was so I already knew what Maharaj is going to speak, and then just reflecting, it was like a deep aspect. Last year when we went to GEV in 2000, His Holiness Bhakti Vigyan Maharaj was actually lecturing on a verse, and I just would like to make a point from that. It speaks that in the purport, Srila Prabhupada says, the spiritual master is as good as the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and therefore one who is very serious about spiritual advancement must regard the spiritual master in this way. Even a slight deviation from this understanding can create disaster in the disciples' Vedic studies and austerities. So this is a very wonderful verse from the 7th canto. It is true indeed, Sakshad Haritvain, a spiritual master is the representative of the Supreme Lord, but for the disciple, the spiritual master is Sevaka Bhagavan, and that is how he conducts himself. And he says that if somebody does not accept it, then he says the Vedic studies will become like Kunjara Snana. Kunjara Snana, we all know. We may get so much learning, so much understanding, realizations, but again the Kunjara will come out and take all the material dirt and sprinkle over, and Punar Mushika Bhava. So I can strongly, in my life, couple of years, I've been reflecting that this aspect very truly, that there's no progress and the material dirt seems to be increasing. And when I heard this, I understood that this is the medicine, because not taking spiritual masters' Vani, not taking spiritual masters' instructions seriously, not really wanting, and I have my own plans my own egoistic efforts of what will make things happen. So this is like a diagnosis I felt, but still I think the disease is diagnosed, but my efforts have not been channelized. You know, sometimes it's something like suffering in cognizance, you know. So it's my prayer to Maharaj and to all the devotees that can really work on regularly hearing Maharaj, taking his instructions very seriously, and really applying. I can really understand one thing that Maharaj, I think the point Purushottam Gol Prabhu made, that really made me think actually the best preaching technique is when you really care for the people to make them Krishna conscious, and Maharaj personifies that particular teaching. That means it's not a formality, Maharaj speaking to us, giving a lecture, giving association. It is with full care and concern for all of us. And I would say Prabhupada has been very merciful. Grandfather is very merciful, and having some service at Prabhupada's birthplace to fulfill instruction has given us a lot of opportunity to get personal association of Maharaj also in so many interactions. So just in a few minutes I'd like to say something, few interactions we had for this project, right? Because we are embarking, so I thought it's nice to reflect. So Maharaj, before we even began, I remember one of the meetings, Maharaj said, I'm thinking, I'm getting inspired to speak the vision statement for Calcutta. And all the devotees were very eager to hear what is the vision statement. Some of us thought Pranadapi Sunichena, but nobody spoke. And then Maharaj said, Na dhanam, na chanam, na sundarim, kavitam vajagadisha kamaye, mama janmani janmanishvare bhavatat bhaktirahai. He said, this is the vision statement for Calcutta. And Maharaj said that actually the whole revolution is going to hit the waves of Calcutta and is going to spread Krishna consciousness everywhere. Literally make a revolution. Even the first visit, 2008, Maharaj said, we need to create a revolution in Calcutta. This is a word, Maharaj. Explosion, revolution. It was not like do some preaching, but explosion, revolution. And then when he said this vision statement, and then he said there's one person who can stop this revolution. And he said, and that's you. He said, you can stop that revolution by putting your false ego in between, or, put in a situation. So when there is na dhanam, na janam, na sundar, and, a person is ready to, cooperate and do whatever is needful for making things move forward. So Maharaj said this. In 2009 also, when we were getting initiated, and so Maharaj made a point that again there also, he said, just the people sitting in this room, Maharaj said, the Navacharya Prabhu has that transcripted, just the people sitting in this room, if you are all united in your efforts, then it will create a revolution. And now 2024, when I reflect, yes, indeed, all those who are sitting in the room, some are here, some are not here. But if everyone is together, really, it is indeed possible to create an explosion. Right? It is really. So Maharaj, every statement I see is very prophetic. It is not like, at that point of time, it may look like, what is Maharaj saying? But doesn't look like. But with time, it seems so prophetic. When we went in 2019 to meet His Holiness Radhanath Maharaj, and all of us were told that we should come here to develop this place. All of us were very enthusiastic, but clueless of what we're going to do. So when we went there, I remember meeting, Gaurang Prabhu was there, and just before meeting Maharaj, and Maharaj, Gaurang Prabhu said, "To aaj engagement hai, kal shadi hai." So getting into the project. because you're getting engaged, but then a lifetime of, hard work and sacrifice. It feels romantic to get married and be at the but then, so Maharaj then was meeting all the yoga group devotees, and then Maharaj came. And then again Gaurangpur said the same thing. Maharaj, I was telling them today's engagement, then marriage and everything. So then Maharaj understood what Gaurangpur was saying, but he didn't kind of pay that attention. And then he said, a very unconventional example, he said. And then I remember Maharaj's interaction. We had the meeting the next day, a lot of things. And that day, that's memorable for me, in the night, in the January. And Maharaj said that the impossible, in our movement, everything that happened is almost like an impossible thing, So Maharaj said that the impossible can happen when devotees commit their lives to the instructions of, Guru and Parampara. He said that commitment the devotee takes to fulfill the Guru's desire, even though it looks impossible or, how do you do it? He said that commitment attracts Krishna's mercy upon, and then that makes it happen. He said when the person really commits his life, I want to do it to serve and please my Guru, and he said then Krishna becomes attracted by that eagerness of service, and then it happens. And that was one important thing I remember, that what is needed to make really instruction happen is to commit your lives. And again, then reflecting on Gaurangpur's example, that is commitment. Because commitment is like getting married. Before marriage, you can consider. But after marriage, there is no consideration. It's like a lifetime of committing your lives. So Maharaj said, taking the instruction of Guru is also, I understood, is like getting married. Right? Taking a commitment. There's no looking back. There may be this problem, there may be that problem. All kinds of problems can be projected and said, but it's in a commitment. And then Maharaj mentioned that just like Ganga moves from Gomukh, Gangotri to reach the Sagara. Similarly, that, we need to keep endeavoring whatever it takes to move towards our coveted desire. Right? And just 2 points I will say. That recently I was just seeing 1 or 2 videos, all of a surprise I kind of saw them. One video was Maharaj, this was with His Holiness Indradumna Swami Maharaj, and Indradumna Swami Maharaj actually gave a gift. It was a lecture going on, and he gave a gift to Maharaj. I think it was post Vyasa Puja or something like. Then Maharaj was breaking it, and then a chadar, right, a shawl came out, and Maharaj took the shawl and then immediately touched it to the feet of His Holiness Indradumna Swami Maharaj and then put it on his head, and then he wore it. Right? So Maharaj's association with his god brothers is very, very, like affectionate. And then I saw another one where Maharaj was relating with His Holiness Jayapataka Swami Maharaj. I think that conversation is very wonderful. So the moment he met Maharaj, he paid like Sakshat, Dandavat Pranam, then touched his feet, and then Maharaj prompted for an embrace. Then he embraced him. So Maharaj is like a world leader, going to White House, meeting the prime ministers, presidents. Like his influence is like so much, but his dealings with his god brothers are like, I'm your servant, you're so dear to me. And that humility of Maharaj dealing with them in a very genuine way, it literally, just looking at it, seems very melting. Like this is what I need to inculcate in my own dealings with devotees, being. So Maharaj is giving us an example of how we should serve and relate with devotees. So that was a very powerful impression. And in conclusion, Maharaj emphasis that how devotees should really pray for Namaruchi. Maharaj is very much about, Maharaj in that Benapur lecture says that if Namaruchi is not sought, then how can someone really continue in this material world with so much troubles? We need to pray for taste for the holy name. And in one small recording, Maharaj says, when we chant the holy name, we should really pray to get an attitude to serve the holy name. We really want to serve the holy name and have an attitude of service. So we're really praying to have more and more service attitude as we're chanting. We want to chant and serve. So Maharaj has given so many instructions and mercifully so much direction. I feel really fortunate that the association at Prabhupada's birthplace with all wonderful devotees. It's my prayer that I just really relish this fortune that I have received and very gratefully serve all the devotees and assist to make Maharaj's desire happen at this place. Srila Radhanath Swami Maharaj ki jai. Srila Radhanath Swami Maharaj Vyasa Puja celebration ki jai.
Thank you so much, Prem Swarup Prabhu. I request Mukund Kirtan Prabhu to kindly give his offering, and I request Purushottam Nitai Prabhu to please be ready. Then Janva Sundari Mataji and Shri Nitai Prabhu to kindly be ready.
हरे कृष्णा. अब हिंदी में बोलेंगे. हरे कृष्णा. प्रिपेयर्ड नहीं थे, सरप्राइज था मेरे लिए. नमो विष्णुपदाय कृष्ण कृष्ण श्रीमते राधानाथ स्वामी नाम में. इस संसार में हमारा बंधन का दो कारण है बोलते हैं. एक हमारा मन और दूसरा समय. भक्ति विनोद ठाकुर बोलते हैं हम लोग मनेर मानुस है. मनेर मानुस क्योंकि हम अपना मन से हमको अपने आप को आइडेंटिफाई करते हैं और जो भी मन में चलता है उसको हम लोग सच्चे मानते हैं. और भगवत गीता में बोलते हैं ना, ये शरीर हमारा मन एक मशीन है. तो इट्स ए सुपर मशीन माइंड इफ इट इज यूज्ड प्रॉपरली. तो अभी हम लोग अपना मन को उपयोग नहीं कर रहे और बोलेंगे क्या इफ यू आर नॉट यूजिंग रॉन्गली ऑल्सो. ये तो मन तो हमको टेक ओवर कर लिया है, ऐसा है. और वी आइडेंटिफाई टू मच विथ आवर माइंड. तो गुरु महाराज आप देखेंगे उनका आइडेंटिफिकेशन क्या रहते हैं. ही इज ए लॉयल सर्वेंट ऑफ प्रभुपाद, गुरु परंपरा एंड कृष्णा. इसलिए वो ऑलवेज पूरे स्पिरिचुअल रहते हैं क्योंकि वो भगवान और गुरु से कनेक्टेड है. और दूसरा समय कैसे बंधन के हमारे रहते हैं. या तो हम लोग 100% पास्ट फोकस्ड रहते हैं या 100% फ्यूचर फोकस्ड रहते हैं. जब पास्ट फोकस्ड रहते हैं तो हर्ट, रिजेंटमेंट, ये डिफरेंट प्रकार के भाव हमारे अंदर में आते हैं. और जब फ्यूचर फोकस्ड रहते हैं तब हमारे को स्ट्रेस, एंजाइटी ये सब रहते हैं और ये हमको बांध करके रखते हैं. जब 100% फोकस्ड हम प्रेजेंट रहते हैं तो इट्स लिबरेटिंग. तो इसीलिए अब देखिएगा महाराज हमेशा 100% वो प्रेजेंट फोकस्ड रहते हैं. इसलिए कुछ भी सुनते हैं तो देखिएगा वो पूरा ध्यान पूर्वक सुनते हैं महाराज जी. ये रहते हैं वो 100% फोकस्ड. जब वो 100% प्रेजेंट फोकस्ड रहते हैं तब हम लोग अच्छी तरह से सुन भी सकते हैं और अच्छी तरह से रिस्पॉन्ड भी कर सकते हैं प्रॉपरली. मतलब वी हियर. तो ये रहते हैं. तो ये महाराज जी का एक सबसे बड़ा गुण है. और दूसरा, कल प्रवणानंद प्रभु बहुत ही अच्छे ग्लोरिफिकेशन किए थे. तो आई जस्ट रिपीट 2-3 पॉइंट्स दैट आई लाइक्ड वेरी मच. वो बता रहे थे अगर हम लोग महाराज जी बता रहे थे यदि हम वैष्णव सेवा और भगवान का नाम
सुनना, मतलब भगवान के ग्लोरिफिकेशन सुनने का इम्पोर्टेंस जो है उसको उससे ज्यादा किसी और चीज को रखते हैं, तो हम लोग कृष्णा कॉन्शियसनेस को नहीं समझे। वैष्णव सेवा एंड सेकेंड थिंग हियरिंग ग्लोरीज ऑफ लॉर्ड। मतलब इसे अंडरमाइन नहीं कर रहे हैं, जो हमारे प्रोजेक्ट्स नहीं करना है, ये करना है, मतलब इन द सेंस दैट वी हैव टू अंडरस्टैंड द इम्पोर्टेंस। एंड देन लास्ट 3 थिंग्स दैट ही टोल्ड वेरी दैट आई लाइक वेरी मच। महाराज जी बताए कि जो हमें वैष्णव निंदा नहीं करना है, पहला चीज। दूसरा चीज बोले थे नो पॉलिटिक्स। फिर पॉलिटिक्स का डेफिनेशन देते हैं इसमें, एनीथिंग डन विथ सेल्फिश एजेंडा इज ए पॉलिटिक्स। थर्ड थिंग वो बताएं कि जो हम लोग को अपना 100% पूरा भगवान के सेवा के लिए देने का प्रयास करना चाहिए। थैंक यू सो मच। हरे कृष्णा।
Thank you very much, Mukund Kirtan Prabhu. Now I request His Grace Purushottam Nitai Prabhu. Yes. And after that, Janva Sundari Mataji, then Shri Nitai Prabhu, and then Damodar Govind Prabhu to please be ready with your offering.
Hare Krishna. So today is a very auspicious day, not just for the disciples of Srila Radhanath Swami Maharaj, for all the devotees all over the world, because today is the 74th Vyasa Puja celebration of His Holiness Radhanath Swami Maharaj. So I consider myself to be very fortunate that I got shelter at the lotus feet of Maharaj, although I am not qualified for that. And we all know, as devotees have been discussing, that Maharaj has so many wonderful qualities. And if we start discussing qualities of Maharaj, then we can discuss it forever. But I have written one offering. So in that offering, I will try to reflect and focus upon the 7 wonderful qualities of Maharaj. Not just 7, there are hundreds of qualities, but just 7 qualities. Because of want of time, because of our limited intelligence, I am just focusing on this. So one of the first quality of Maharaj which I have seen, observed, is that says that he is the humble Acharya. So he is one of the senior most disciples of Srila Prabhupada, and he has been spreading Krishna consciousness all over the world for more than 50 years. And he has thousands of disciples, and there are thousands of people, devotees who want to take his shelter, who want to become his disciples. And not just that, Maharaj is also preaching and influencing lakhs of people all over the world. So, in spite of, we see that there are so many materially well accomplished people also, as Prem Swarup was saying, that there are world leaders also with whom Maharaj is in touch. And they are also getting positively influenced by Maharaj also. But in spite of all these great achievements and honor, so he always remains humble. That is what we see. In fact, if someone does not know Maharaj and sees him, then to that person it will look that he is just like a simple saffron wearing monk. They will not be able to understand that he has having so many disciples and all. And like few of the things, like for example, I have observed is that Maharaj, he never allows devotees surrounding him and chanting his glories, clicking his pictures, throwing flower petals upon him, or putting huge garlands upon him. That I have never seen, at least. He leads a very simple life and does not want to be treated like a celebrity. So this is what I have seen. And in one of the Vyasa Puja offering, Radheshyam Prabhu was saying that once Maharaj was staying in Srinathji Prabhu's house, and Srinathji Prabhu had made very nice arrangement for Maharaj's stay. So nice room was there, nice bed was there, everything nice was there. So Prabhuji thought that Maharaj will take rest in the room, but next morning when he went, he saw that Maharaj is sleeping on the terrace. So Srinathji Prabhu was quite surprised that how is it that so much nice arrangement was made, you are not sleeping. And then Prabhuji was saying that, but there are so many mosquitoes also, you might have been disturbed by mosquito. But Maharaj said, no, during my stay in India, like when I was traveling all over India in the forest, in the Himalayas, so I learned that how we should wrap the blanket around ourselves so that mosquitoes doesn't bite us. So that is what Maharaj said. So this is what we see that Maharaj moved. So by this we learn about the importance of being simple in our life. So by seeing this quality of Maharaj, I remember one of the pastimes of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu with Sanatan Goswami, that when Sanatan Goswami, once he was wearing a valuable woolen blanket. So when Chaitanya Mahaprabhu saw Sanatan Goswami, then he was just staring at Sanatan Goswami, and Sanatan Goswami understood that Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is not appreciating this. So he went to the bank of the Ganges and he took his valuable woolen blanket and traded it with some torn quilt. And then he took that torn quilt and he was wearing. And seeing this, when Chaitanya Mahaprabhu saw that Sanatan Goswami is wearing this torn quilt, and he was very happy. So this is what we learn, that what Maharaj is teaching us by his personal example. And Maharaj is teaching us that in spite of our accomplishment, whether it is spiritual, whether it is material, we should always lead a simple life and should not allow ourselves to be glorified by others. So although we cannot imitate Maharaj, but at least we can follow his footsteps, we can learn these important lessons from him. The second quality which I see in Maharaj and which is very appreciable is that the importance of hearing from Srila Prabhupada again and again. Like this year's Kartik Yatra, when Maharaj was so nicely, beautifully explaining all the pastimes of Mahaprabhu. So in one of the pastimes when he was talking about Jagai and Madhai, then I remember Maharaj started quoting that today morning I was hearing the tape of Srila Prabhupada. And then Maharaj started describing that what Prabhupada was saying in that lecture. So now Maharaj might have spoken about this pastime thousands of times or hundreds of times, thousands of times. I myself heard it from Maharaj many times. But in spite of that, Maharaj was saying that he has heard from Prabhupada and he's like repeating what Prabhupada is saying. So there is one important lesson we learn, the importance of hearing from Srila Prabhupada. So now these days there are so many lectures available, so many YouTube videos available, which is a good thing. But in spite of that, it is very much important that we should hear from Prabhupada. And personally in my life, I have seen that sometimes, because after being in Krishna consciousness, at least materially, for so many number of years, if we count on our fingers, so we might have heard Prabhupada's lectures, some of the lectures. So sometimes when I see, I think that I have already heard it. Let me see something else. But Maharaj has already directly heard from Prabhupada, and he has also might have heard these lectures from Prabhupada again and again, but still Maharaj is hearing. So Maharaj is setting an example for all of us that what is the importance, what is the great necessity that we should continuously and regularly try to hear from Prabhupada. Like we know that how Parikshit Maharaj, he got perfection by hearing from Sukdev Goswami. So similarly, if we hear from Prabhupada, the pure devotee hear from Maharaj, the day will come that our heart will also get purified. So we should also have that attitude. Another quality of Maharaj is that Maharaj leads by example. So there are like many people who may give nice sermons, that is very nice, big slokas can be quoted, nice things can be said. But one important thing is that leading by example. So like this Kartik Yatra, not just this Kartik Yatra, but we always see Maharaj that every morning, especially in this Kartik Yatra and other Kartik Yatras also we see that every morning Maharaj used to come to Pandal and he would sit with the devotees and would chant the Hare Krishna Mahamantra. So Maharaj, we used to see we used to see that Maharaj used to be sitting there, he used to sit erect, very nicely used to sit, and then in front of Tulsi Maharani, Maharaj would be sitting and he was very attentively and very sincerely Maharaj was chanting the Hare Krishna Mahamantra. So we know that chanting is one of the most important things Maharaj focuses on, Prabhupada focuses on. So Maharaj is teaching us that what is the importance of chanting the Hare Krishna Mahamantra, especially early in the morning, and with what mood, with what sincerity, with what absorption we should be chanting. So when I was to see Maharaj, so we have seen picture of Haridas Thakur, that Haridas Thakur used to sit in front of Tulsi Maharani and chanting. So that was the picture used to come in my mind when I used to see Maharaj, like he was sitting in front of Tulsi Maharani and Maharaj was chanting. So this is one Maharaj is like, he is leading all of us by his wonderful example. And another quality, the fourth quality of Maharaj is that he is a dear, loving and caring friend of all. So in almost all Kartik Yatra, we see that there are many God brothers and God sisters of Maharaj who come for the Kartik Yatra. Every time we have seen. Just like Chandra Mauli Swami Maharaj, we always see that Maharaj is present. And this is only possible because of Maharaj's very friendly nature, because it cannot be possible unless and until a person is having that attractive personality, so that Maharaj is having. And these great personalities who are Prabhupada's disciples, they come and give their association to us. And especially like on the disappearance day of Srila Prabhupada, we get to directly hear from them about Prabhupada. Because for us, because we were not fortunate when Prabhupada was here transforming the world, but our association with Prabhupada is through them. So when we hear directly from them, we come to know more and more about Prabhupada, and we also feel more and more connected to Prabhupada by their examples and by their like the things or the pastimes which they speak about Srila Prabhupada. And we see that how Maharaj invited his holy Jayapataka Swami Maharaj, and his Jayapataka Swami Maharaj also equally reciprocated. And in spite of Maharaj's health, we all know that he used to come in the evening and he used to speak, and very nicely Maharaj used to speak, and everyone used to like it. And when Maharaj was like not well, then at the end he had sent one message to all of us. He was thanking Maharaj, thanking all the devotees, and he was inspiring. Jayapataka Swami Maharaj was inspiring that we should come again and again to Mayapur. That is how Maharaj has like built a very good relationship with all the disciples of Prabhupada, with all his god brothers and god sisters. So one lesson like what I learned from here is that, because many times we see that especially with our equals, so we do not see as our god brothers, god sisters, our devotees, friendly devotees. Sometimes we start seeing them as our competitors. We see that we should excel and we should be better than them. That kind of mentality we develop, at least I develop, so that is what I observe. But Maharaj is saying that what kind of loving relationship we should be having, we should be honoring them, respecting them, and also and always we should try to associate with especially our equals and with all the devotees. And another quality, the fifth quality which I see in Maharaj is that he is always appreciating. And whenever Maharaj gets an opportunity, he begins appreciating devotees. So he not just appreciates like all the great Vaishnavacharyas, Prabhupada disciples and all, his god brothers, god sisters, but even like his disciples, very small devotees who might have rendered little service also. So Maharaj is appreciating. Maharaj, like you can say, sometimes exaggerates also while appreciating devotees. So because whatever little thing Maharaj sees in a devotee, Maharaj starts like glorifying them. Like in this Kartik Yatra, we saw that whatever little service his devotees had rendered, not little we say because they had rendered great service also, but Maharaj was taking everyone's name also, whose name Maharaj remembered, and Maharaj was like glorifying all the devotees who were like doing all these services. And not just that, during this Maharaj lecture also, during his Kirtan also, there were like many Maharaj god brother, god sisters, like Malti Mataji was there. So Maharaj was also recollecting their pastimes with Prabhupada, and Maharaj was like narrating those pastimes. So this is how Maharaj was like again and again glorifying all the devotees. And the sixth quality which I see is that Maharaj focus that what is the need and great necessity that we should be cultivating devotional qualities in our life. So one of the famous oft quoted verse of Maharaj we all know is that Trinadapi Sunichena, and Maharaj never likes to criticize anyone. Like a small thing little bit I observed was that like during this Kartik Yatra we saw that there used to be some issue with sound system. Sometimes sound system used to work or not work, but we never saw that Maharaj like pinpointing that someone is not properly taking care of sound system and all. So Maharaj never like criticized or said anything negative about it. If Maharaj would have said, then we would have we would have thought that Maharaj rightly said, but Maharaj never pinpoints anything. But if someone does something nice, then Maharaj immediately starts glorifying the devotees. And in the outside world, we just see the opposite. If someone does something very nice, then people try to minimize it, and a person does something little bad, then people try to exaggerate it. So that is what is material consciousness. But Maharaj is teaching us what kind of consciousness we should be having, we should be cultivating in our spiritual association and spiritual environment. But Radhesam Prabhu, once he was saying that it is not that Maharaj does not correct devotees, but he corrects devotees in such a way that the devotee gets the lesson also, and he or she does not feel bad also. So that is in that mood Maharaj corrects the devotees. So the devotee feels more motivated, more appreciated, and he feels like that he should be engaged in loving devotional service to Krishna. And the last quality which I see in Maharaj is that his words always touches the heart. That is what I have seen. Like Maharaj is a spiritual leader, spiritual guru, and he is such a senior disciple of Srila Prabhupada. So he's our spiritual father also. But generally, we do not see Maharaj any times having any word or any sentence which is authoritative in nature. Maharaj is not like didactic, always like giving instructions. So Maharaj is persuading devotees to be engaged in a very loving way. Like I'm not fortunate to have any direct interaction with Maharaj, but recently, by the mercy of devotees, when I got along with other devotees, Brahman initiation in Mayapur, then after initiation, Maharaj spoke for a few minutes, and when Maharaj was speaking, then Maharaj said that one sentence which I remember. Maharaj said that now, since you all have got Brahman initiation, so also try to serve the deities. So Maharaj never said that you should serve deities, he said also try to serve the deities. So in that loving way, Maharaj says, and the message is also gone, and it also touches our heart, and we understand the need and the importance of it. So these are the wonderful qualities of Maharaj I was able to reflect upon. So on this auspicious day, I beg at the lotus feet of Maharaj to shower his mercy upon me so that I can get freedom from all the impurities and I can engage in his service, in the service of Srila Prabhupada and all the devotees. Hare Krishna. Thank you very much.
Evil. Thank you so much, Prabhuji. And now I request Her Grace Janva Sundari Mataji. She has come from Italy. She is available here. So we'd like to hear from her the offering. And then Srinitai Prabhu. After that, Damodar Govind Prabhu and Nimai Anand Prabhu after that.
Hare Krishna. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to speak. Regarding the qualities that were being spoken before, being friendly, and loving to all like a friend, I would like to talk about the quality of being loving and caring like a father. So, when it was time for initiation, my authorities didn't want to give me initiation. But Maharaj said, come anyways to the meeting. And then I came, and then I started coughing, and I was leaving. And Maharaj said, are you leaving us? And I said, Maharaj, I'm disturbing everyone. And he looked at everyone, he said, is she disturbing you? And everyone was like, no. And he's like, then please come and sit. And everyone started giving me water and sweets and all that. And then he said, okay, you all stay here. You come with me in the room. So he called me and this other devotee. So we go into his personal room in Villa Vrindavan, Italy. And then he asks me, so tell me about your father. I don't know anything about your father. And I said, well, Maharaj, actually my father died when I was 10 years old. And he said, initiation can wait. But from today on, I officially accept you as my daughter. And since that day, he actually cared for me like a daughter. Like whenever he would see me in the yatra, he would come and say, did you eat? Do you have enough money? Do you have blankets? Do you need anything? Especially because I was so wild. And he knew I would always get in dangerous situations. So he was so worried about me. And he was always caring, like even when I went to New York, he came to me and he saw me and he said, my heart is dancing out of joy in seeing you, but what are you doing here? And then he said, please come to the program I'm doing. I said, Maharaj, I don't know how to come to the program. And he turned to the brahmachari and he said, organize everything for her for all the programs that I'm doing. And he's like, yes, Maharaj. So Maharaj was like really taking care of me, like in all the different ways. And then finally another time for initiation comes and Maharaj calls for me. And then he said, I'm giving initiation, so I wanted to know what are your thoughts about it. And then I said, yeah, Maharaj, it's really nice, but I don't really want to get initiated here. I want to get initiated in Mayapur. And then he was like, okay, so next time I come to Mayapur, I will initiate you. And then I was thinking like, my God, like, and also like in that time I was like thinking, maybe Sachinandana Swami, maybe Urmila Devi Mataji, maybe Radhanath Swami. And that day he looked at me and he said, I can initiate you in Mayapur, but remember, I am yours. And I was like, yes, Maharaj. And then in Mayapur, we were only 2 devotees getting initiated in the Bhajan Kutir of Srila Prabhupada. So he gives me the name, and your name is Gopi Kishori. And I was shocked. I was like, no, I don't want this name. And I became so sad for the whole initiation. I was like desperate. I was like, I can't accept this name. But I mean, it's so beautiful, of course. And then, you know, like one devotee comes and I don't even know this devotee. And he said, oh, congratulations. I'm like, thank you. And then one devotee says, oh, she doesn't like the name Maharaj gave. And then Maharaj is coming to say goodbye. And then this devotee says to Maharaj, Maharaj, she didn't like the name you gave her. And then Maharaj looked at me and he said, oh, you don't like Radharani? And I said, no, Maharaj, it's just that, you know, like I never wanted a name with Gopi or Kishori or Kumari, and you gave both together. And then he looked at me and was like, okay. And he left. And then he called this devotee and he said, you know, I really want to change her name, so let me think about it. What about Janava Sundari Devi Dasi? So call her and ask her if she likes it. And then I was like, he called and I was thinking like, oh my God, it's so long. And then I was like, no, Janava, stop it, you know. And then I was like, yes, it's perfect. But then I went into a deep spiritual identity crisis. Am I Gopi Kishori or am I Janava Sundari? So I was like really thinking about it, like, you know, like who am I? Who am I? And then Maharaj, you know, one day he comes and he said, dear Janava Sundari Devi, I'm so happy to see you. And then I was like, okay, I'm Janava Sundari Devi. So I will tell you another. Actually, I had a lot of personal interactions with Maharaj by Krishna's mercy. And I do want to say that, you know, in the beginning, devotees were saying like, oh, you know, in the beginning, Maharaj always gives attention, but then, you know, like, you will not get it anymore, so don't get used to it. And I was so heartbroken. I was thinking like, I want his personal association. I need him to talk to me. I need him to like see me. And then I was thinking like, what should I do? Like anything impossible, I should be able to do it. So every time I was really like, you know, endeavoring, because I just wanted Maharaj to see me, to talk to me. And I was so much like needing that. So regarding to this, I will tell you like a very, very interesting episode. So I was actually pregnant of my first son. Maharaj comes to me and he says, please, I want you to open a preaching center in Florence city center. And I'm like, okay. And I was living in a tiny little place in the temple, no money, no job, like nothing. And I'm pregnant with my first baby. I have no idea of how a pregnancy or children look like. And then I'm like, okay, Maharaj. And then next year he comes back and I'm holding a small baby of like 6 months and I'm pregnant of my second baby. And Maharaj says, so where is the preaching center? And I'm like, Maharaj, I'm pregnant of the second baby. That's so wonderful. Congratulations. So where is the preaching center? And I was like, Maharaj, I promise you, next time there will be a preaching center. And I don't know if you have any experience of that, but having children means you cannot sleep more than 2 or 3 hours per night. So, of course, without sleeping, I actually opened a preaching center, which is still running. It's like amazing. And it's like many things are happening. And then Maharaj came. And that time he came, he was extremely sick. Like they were so sick that he couldn't even climb stairs, or like, you know, he was vomiting, he was fever, you know, it was horrible. And then he gets up the next day and he says, I'm going to Janava Sundari Center. And the authorities were like, Maharaj, no, you are not going. He's like, yes, I am. And then he's like, Maharaj, but you can't go to her center. You don't have time. You don't have strength. And he said, I do have strength and I want to go to her center. So he came to the center and we were like very, very few devotees. And maybe I want to say something that can be very useful for everyone. And when he arrived, like the first thing I expressed was how difficult it was, like having children and running a place with so many troubles, like no economical sustenance, nothing. And Maharaj just stopped me and he said, so do you want to give me a tour? And that was such a revelation for me. I'm like, what is this whole lamenting mentality? We should just stop lamenting, just like serve, no lamentation. Maharaj wants to see us serve. And then I was like, okay. So I gave him the tour and Maharaj came to me and he said, Srila Prabhupada is so pleased by you. Srila Prabhupada is so pleased by you. And he said it 2 times. And then he said, please come to a program. And there were like over 500 people. And finished the program, he came to me and he again said for the 3rd time, Srila Prabhupada is so pleased by you. And in that moment, I closed my eyes and I thought, if I could die now, I'm ready. And so this was like, how much like, he was like really not seeing the obstacle. Like he never thought, oh, you are a woman, you have children. No, you cannot preach. Of course you can preach. There is no obstacles in this world that can actually stop us or prevent us from preaching or from dedicating our life to Krishna. And that's what I felt like Maharaj always believed in me. Like he was always like pushing for that. And I would say the last, if I still have time. And so this last one was very touching. Very, very touching because I was going through like a very deep spiritual crisis. And I wrote to Maharaj and I said, Maharaj, I lost my connection with you. I lost my connection with Prabhupada, with ISKCON, with my mission, with everything. There's nothing. Like I'm not sure about anything anymore. And he didn't reply to me. And I was so offended that he didn't reply to me. And then I was like, okay, you know what? I'm not even going to see him in Rome, And then I was like, okay, just go for 1 day, And then I went, and when I saw Maharaj, he came to me and he said, Janava Sundari, let's find a place to sit and talk. And I was shocked. I was like, Maharaj, I didn't understand. Let's find a place to sit and talk. I was like, okay. And he sat with me for 45 minutes, asking every single reason of why I was having a spiritual struggle. And I was like, like I said, like, Maharaj, what if I'm not following anything? Like, would you still accept me as your disciple? And he said, Janava Sundari, for the rest of eternity, I will always accept you as my disciple. And it doesn't matter what you will do or not do. You are always in my heart and prayers. And I was like, my God, who is this? And then after this incredible conversation that like completely revived me, I just went on my knees and I said, Maharaj, life after life, forever, I want you to be my spiritual master. I just don't want anybody else. His Holiness Radhanath Swami Maharaj ki jai. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mataji. Now, Dr. Shankar Mahapatra Prabhu is there. So before Srinitha Prabhu, I would request him because he has to leave somewhere. So Prabhuji, please kindly offer your effort.
Hare Krishna. Actually, I am not qualified to give any speech in this
So before speech, Jannami Sundaravi is so beautiful. So I'm nothing, but I'm trying to say something about. Dear Guru Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances to your lotus feet. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. This is my first Vyasa Puja offering to you, and although I am not yet formally initiated, I feel deeply fortunate to have come under the shelter of your wisdom and compassion. As a doctor, my life has often been centered around serving others in times of their greatest need. However, it is through your teachings and exemplary life of selfless service, I am beginning to understand what it truly means to serve, serving not just the body, also to the soul. My unwavering dedication to spreading Krishna consciousness, your humility, and your profound love for every living being inspire me every day to become a better person and to a better devotee. I am learning to see my work as a doctor not merely as a profession, but as an opportunity to serve Krishna by serving his part and parcels. Though I am still taking small steps in my spiritual journey, your instructions and books have become guiding lights. I am striving to integrate the principles of bhakti into my life, aspiring to serve Krishna's mission with sincerity and devotion. Your emphasis on compassion, prayer, and dependence on Krishna give me strength to face challenges, both my career and spiritual practice. On this auspicious occasion of your Vyasa Puja, I offer gratitude and my prayer that I have grown in humility, faith, and determination under your shelter, and that I may one day become an instrument of your will in serving Srila Prabhupada mission. এবার আমি কিছু কয়েকটা জিনিস বাংলাতে বলবো যেগুলো আমার গুরু মহারাজের কিছু আগে কিছু কতগুলো আমি লীলা শুনেছি পুরো অনেস্টি সম্বন্ধে। এক সময় কি হয়, গুরু মহারাজের কিছু শিষ্য ওনাকে বলেন যে আপনার সঙ্গে অনেক ভক্ত এতদিন ধরে আছেন, আপনি ওদের গ্যারান্টি দিন যে আপনি ওদের সঙ্গে থাকবেন, ওনাদের সেবা করবেন সারা জীবন। তখন গুরু মহারাজ বলেন ঠিক আছে, আমি পরে চিন্তা করে বলছি, শুধু আপনি এটা বলবেন যে আপনি এদের সারা জীবন এদের দেখবেন সবাইকে। তো উনি তো খুব অনেস্ট, গুরু মহারাজ তো প্রচন্ড অনেস্ট ব্যক্তি। উনি গিয়ে চিন্তা করলেন যে আমি যদি মারা যাই তাহলে কে দেখবে, আমি তো পৃথিবীতে থাকবো না। তো উনি বলেন দেখো আমি এই জিনিসটা বলতে পারবো না যে আমি ওদের সারা জীবন দেখবো, কিন্তু আমরা যারা আছে আমাদের আশ্রমে, যারা ব্রহ্মচারী আছে, যারা সাধু আছে, এদের জন্য আমি ব্যবস্থা করছি যারা এরা ভালো থাকতে পারে। কিন্তু উনি কখনো এত অনেস্ট ছিলেন, ওই কথাটা উনি কখনোই বলেননি। এটা থেকে বোঝা যায় উনি কত অনেস্ট ছিলেন। উনি কখনোই অনেস্ট, নিজে যে কোনো কথার ভিতর যদি কোনো 100% না থাকে তাহলে উনি কথাটা কখনো বলবেন না, উনি কখনোই রাজি হন না ওটা বলতেন। কিন্তু বলেছেন না, আমি আমার যারা ভক্ত আছে বা যারা আছে তাদের জন্য আমি যা যা করার সব করবো, তারা যেন ভবিষ্যতে সবাই ভালো থাকে এই আশ্রমে। সেকেন্ড হচ্ছে, আমি গুরু মহারাজের কাছে একটা জিনিস শিখেছি, আমার কিন্তু চৈতন্যদেবের প্রতি অত বেশি টান ছিল না। আমি যখনই দেখেছি গুরু মহারাজ কোনো লেকচার, উনি শুধু চৈতন্যদেবের কথাই বেশি বলেন। তারপর থেকে আই এম ভেরি মাচ অ্যাট্রাক্টেড টু চৈতন্যদেব। আমি তখন চৈতন্যদেবের সবকিছু পড়া শুরু করি। আমি এবারও গিয়ে যখন দেখলাম সবকটাও যতগুলো লেকচার, কিন্তু আলটিমেটলি মানে চৈতন্যদেব আসবেই লাস্টে। অল লেকচার কলকাতাতে এখানে এসছেন, প্রত্যেক জায়গাতে উনি চৈতন্য। তারপর থেকে আমার কিন্তু চৈতন্যদেবের প্রতি অ্যাট্রাকশন অনেক বেড়ে গেছে, মানে গৌর নিতাইয়ের প্রতি। ঠিক আছে। তারপর একটা জিনিস যেটা দেখলাম এবারের আমাদের এই যাত্রাতে, একদিন হঠাৎ আমাদের প্রোগ্রাম চলছে, মাঝখানে আমাদের জয়পতাকা স্বামী মহারাজ এসে উপস্থিত হয়ে গেছেন মাঝপথে। উনি তখন লেকচার দিচ্ছেন, কিন্তু মাঝখানে উনি কিন্তু সঙ্গে সঙ্গে লেকচারটা স্টপ করে দিলেন। স্টপ করে উনি উনার গুরু ভাই, মানে ওনার গড ব্রাদারদের প্রতি এত রেসপেক্ট, সিনিয়রদের প্রতি এত রেসপেক্ট আর কি, উনি উনাকে অ্যালাউ করলেন বলার জন্য। উনার এত ভক্ত বসে আছে, আমরা হলে কি করতাম, আমরা হয়তো প্রোটেস্ট করতাম। আমার 10,000 ভক্ত আছে এর সামনে, আমি কি করে ঝুঁকবো এর নিচে। কিন্তু উনার কাছ থেকে একটা জিনিস শিখলাম যে সিনিয়রদের কিভাবে রেসপেক্ট করতে হয়। এটা থেকে আমি শিখলাম যে একজন সিনিয়র যে আমার গড ব্রাদার, তার থেকে কি করে রেসপেক্ট করতে হয় তাকে। উনি কিন্তু চুপচাপ সাইলেন্টে বসে থাকলেন, বোঝা গেলেন কত হিউমিলিটি ওনার। ঠিক আছে, কত হাম্বল। উনি একটা কথাও বললেন না, উনি জাস্ট অ্যালাউ করলেন। গুরু মহারাজ এসে জয়পতাকা স্বামী, তারপরে উনি লেকচার দিতে শুরু করলেন। ঠিক আছে। আরেকটাই বলছি, উনি কখনো নিজের অ্যাডভার্টাইজমেন্ট করতেন না খুব একটা। একবার এরকম ঘটনা ঘটেছিল, ওনার যখন জার্নি ব্যাক হোমটা বইটা এসেছিল তখন ওনাকে সবাই বলছিল মহারাজ আপনি এই বইটা সম্বন্ধে বলুন, তখন বইটা রিলিজ হয়নি। তো গৌরাঙ্গ প্রভু তারপরে আমাদের অন্যান্য প্রভুরা ওনাকে বললেন যে আপনি বইটা সম্বন্ধে কিছু বলুন। বলে আচ্ছা ঠিক আছে আমি বলবো। এবার প্রোগ্রাম শুরু হয়েছে। প্রোগ্রাম শুরু হওয়ার পরে সবাইকে গৌরাঙ্গ প্রভুরা সবাইকে কোশ্চেন দিয়ে দিয়েছেন যে এই কোশ্চেন গুলো ওনাকে করবেন এই বই থেকে। তো কোথায় আসে বলছেন আচ্ছা আপনি ওই আফগানিস্তানে গেছিলেন, আফগানিস্তানে কি হয়েছিল? ভেরি গুড কান্ট্রি। আচ্ছা হিমালয়ে কি হয়েছিল? ওই নাগা সন্ন্যাসীরা খুব কিন্তু সিনসিয়ার, হিমালয়ে থাকে শীতের ভিতরে, খুব ভালো। কিন্তু বই সম্বন্ধে কিছুই বলছেন না। এরকম যখন গোটা 30 কোশ্চেন করা হয়ে গেল গুরু মহারাজকে, তখন দেখলো গৌরাঙ্গ প্রভু তো মহা ঝামেলা, একটা কথাও বলছেন না উনি। গুরু উনাকে আর কোনো প্রেসার করলেন না। উনি কখনো নিজের সেলফ অ্যাডভার্টাইজমেন্ট করতে পছন্দ করেন না কখনো। এটা একটা বড় মানুষের লক্ষণ। আরেকটা হচ্ছে আমি মহারাজের সাথে খুব বেশি আমার মিট করার সুযোগ হয়নি। আমি আচার্য রত্ন প্রভুর কৃপাতে 2-3 বার মিট করেছি, কিন্তু উনার যে ওই সামনে উনার যে একটা অ্যাট্রাকশন আছে, কুলনেস, ওটা আমাকে দারুণ অ্যাট্রাক্ট করেছে। আমি ভাবি যে আমি একটা আমার মধ্যে কোনো কুলনেসই নেই, কিন্তু মহারাজের সাথে মিশে আমার সবসময় এরকম একটা কুলনেস না থাকলে তো আমরা লাইফে কোনো উন্নতি করতে পারবো না। মানে কুলনেস ইজ ভেরি ইম্পর্টেন্ট ইন আওয়ার লাইফ। যেটা মহারাজকে দেখে মনে হয়েছে সত্যি কুলনেস দরকার আমাদের লাইফে। আর মহারাজকে দেখলে আমার এখন একটা শ্লোকই মনে পড়ে, ঋণাদপি শুনি চেন তরোরপি সহিষ্ণুনা আনা মিনা মানাদিনা কীর্তনিয়া সদা হরি। হরে কৃষ্ণ।
Thank you so much, Prabhuji. I request now all the devotees, we have very few less time left. 11:30 onwards we'll have the opportunity to hear glorification from His Grace Vrindavan Prabhu. Before that we have a few devotees. I request them to please conclude in 3 to 5 minutes. Now we have Srinitaya Prabhu, after that Damodar Govind Prabhu, then Nimai Anand Prabhu, and then Sri Ram Raghav Prabhu. Please.
ओम अज्ञानतिमिरन्धस्य ज्ञानाञ्जनशलाकया चक्षुरुन्मीलितं नमो विष्णुपादाय कृष्णप्रस्थाय श्रीमते राधानाथ स्वामी नमो विष्णुपादाय कृष्णप्रस्थाय श्रीमते भक्तिवेदांत स्वामी नमस्ते सारस्वती देवी। Hare Krishna. I'm not feeling a little cool because I have to complete in 3 minutes. Feeling the heart. Hare Krishna. So in scriptures there are 3 special things used in Srimad Bhagavatam about great souls and Krishna. So we will speak how His Holiness Radhanath Swami Maharaj resembles so very nicely with these 3 words mentioned in the scriptures. Srimad Bhagavatam says that great souls are Tirtha Pada, Tirtha Bhuta, and Tirtha Kirte. These are the 3 words explained about the Lord and also the great souls. So we will see how His Holiness Radhanath Swami Maharaj greatly resembles these 3 special things mentioned in Srimad Bhagavatam. So firstly, as all of you know, this was spoken by Yudhishthir Maharaj to Vidura, Bhavad Vidha Bhagavatas Tirtha Bhuta Swayam Vibho Tirthi Kurvanti Tirthani Swantastena Gadabhrita. So His Holiness Radhanath Swami Maharaj is truly Tirtha Pada. I am from a place which in India has one of the biggest temple. But we see in India there were so many temples but people used to go, and temples are meant for uplifting the soul of a person, but people would go to temples and beg for material benefits from Krishna. And the main purpose of the temple was to actually uplift the material standard of living of people. That was the standard of the temples in India. But Srila Prabhupada saw that it's a disease. It's a disease condition that temples which are meant to uplift the condition of the soul is being used to somehow materially uplift or give an opportunity to people to come and do some puja so that they can increase or uplift the material standards. And Srila Prabhupada created ISKCON temples as a hospital to cure this disease. And recently, 2 months before, I was in Bhaktivedanta hospital, and I was just thinking, like father, like son. Srila Prabhupada made temples into hospitals, and His Holiness Radhanath Swami Maharaj made a hospital to a temple. The disease condition that was there. So hospitals, people go to cure their body. And Tirtha Pada means wherever a person invests his consciousness or he goes, a great soul, he makes it into a temple. His Holiness Radhanath Swami Maharaj not just made Bhaktivedanta Hospital a temple. I could see by hearing the stories of the nurses, I used to, because actually the doctors were really not able to find out what is happening within me. So I was just spending some time, and they had given a very beautiful top room, and I was just talking with doctors and nurses, and so many nurses. I was hearing all the stories of the nurses. And one story of the nurse, I remember this lady was telling that my father came to get treated in the hospital, and my father was so touched by the vibrations of the hospital. My father called me, and I was a 12th class student that time, and said, "You must become a nurse in the hospital." And this girl said, I said to my father, "This is the last thing I will do in the whole life. I would never become a nurse." So she said that my father practically dragged me to join the nurse school of the Bhaktivedanta Hospital. And I thought that I will fail in the school and then they will throw me out. But this lady said, just by coming to the hospital and seeing the vibration of the hospital, I was so affected that in 6 months I said I will never leave the hospital. And she got married in the hospital and all the things and family, and she's fully settled in the hospital. So Srila Prabhupada actually saw the disease condition of the traditional Indian temples and made them into hospitals, created ISKCON temples where people are educated about soul. And I saw how His Holiness Radhanath Swami Maharaj is actually Tirthapada. He invested his consciousness as an inspiration in the Bhaktivedanta Hospital and made it into such a wonderful temple. And not just a temple, creating so many devotees every year. So this is the first quality of a great soul. He is Tirthapada. Wherever he goes, wherever he invests his consciousness, even if it's actually very, if you go to hospitals, it's very painful. I remember when I was admitted, just the side room, in the afternoon, I was just reading Bhagavatam. One lady started shouting because 16-year-old boy was admitted and he was getting convulsions and about to die, and then they shifted to ICU. And I saw so many devotees came. And as soon as the devotees came, immediately the lady, calmed down. So we can see that what a great service is this by transforming. Actually, everything has the potential to be transformed into spirituality. It is our material consciousness that restricts us. So Radhanath Swami Maharaj is like Tirtha Padha, transforming everything wherever he goes into a temple. The second one is Tirtha Bhuta, or a great soul manifests the Tirtha. He manifests Sri Vrindavan Dham. And all of you know how His Holiness Radhanath Swami Maharaj, if you go to Govardhan Eco Village, how you really feel that I have come to the true Vrindavan of the period of the Goswamis, how you really feel the Vrindavan. But in this connection, I will just tell a very small thing, that Vrindavan is not just the trees and the forest. Vrindavan is a consciousness. And I remember in, I think it is 2007 Pune Yatra or 8 Pune Yatra, one God sister of Maharaj appreciated Maharaj, was appreciating Maharaj, and said a very wonderful thing. She said, His Holiness Radhanath Swami is a person in whose association envy to others melts away. And that is Tirtha Bhuta, that is Vrindavan. Vrindavan is not just trees and forest. Yes, it's trees and forest. But Vrindavan is a place where we don't feel envious of each other. Mitrani Vajita Vasa Dhritarut Darshakadikam. And over the years, attending meetings with Radhanath Maharaj, and we could see that sometimes the situations would be so tense. Funds are not there and there are managerial issues and all. But just by association of Radhanath Maharaj, the situation would become so like Vrindavan. We'll forget all our problems. We'll forget what issues we had with the other devotees. We'll forget what issues we had with the temple, with the management, with the project plan, or what money is coming or not coming. This is the second quality of a great soul, that he just not manifests Vrindavan, he actually through his vibrations, he manifests this consciousness of Vrindavan in everyone, that is to melt away envy for each other in the heart of others. And the third principle is Tirtha Kirti. A great soul glorifies wherever he goes about Krishna, wherever, whatever he speaks. And we see definitely Maharaj speaks a lot about Vrindavan and in the classes and about Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Kartik Yatra. But we see that when Maharaj even goes to the corporate seminars, it is not actually a corporate seminar. No corporate coach would ever dare to speak what Maharaj speaks in the corporate seminar. So Maharaj never buzzes an inch from pure devotional service, even if he goes to a company to speak, but he knows the art of speaking pure devotional service in such a way that even a CEO of a company can really appreciate it. That is the meaning of Tirtha Kirti. That to speak the language of pure devotional service in the language which the person appreciates. Like for example, a dog or an animal, the language that they understand is food. And the language of pure devotional service we can offer to them is giving them Mahaprasadam. So His Holiness Radhanath Swami Maharaj is really Tirtha Kirti. He knows the art of injecting pure devotional service, the pristine message of Srimad Bhagavatam, in a way that starting from a CEO of a big company who is running a big company can understand it and apply it in his life. So to summarize, these are the three principles mentioned in Srimad Bhagavatam: Tirtha Pada, Tirtha Bhuta, and Tirtha Kirti. And His Holiness Radhanath Swami Maharaj, through his example, manifests these three in his life. His Holiness Radhanath Swami Maharaj ki. His Holiness Radhanath Swami Maharaj Vyasa Puja ki Jai.
Thank you, Prabhuji.
Please forgive me.
I request now Damodar Govind Prabhu to kindly offer his offering, and after that Nimayan Prabhu, Shri Ram Raghav Prabhu, then Anand Vardhan Prabhu and Raj Gopinath. Raj Gopinath Prabhu first, then Anand Vardhan Prabhu.
Hare Krishna. So I just came to take all of your association, but the Vaishnavas are very merciful. They have given me chance to speak. So as in Srimad Bhagavatam it is said that Janasya Krishna Vimukasya Deva Dharmasilasya Sudukhitasya Nugrahaya Chanti Nunam Bhutani Bhavyani Janardhanasya. So the living entities who have left Krishna and they have turned away from the Lord, for shower their special mercy on them, the followers of Janardhanasya, the devotees of the Lord, they come and they travel all over world and bring back this conditioned souls back home, back to Godhead. So I'm very fortunate that Lord has given chance to associate with such a great soul, and Maharaj has kindly accepted me. So it's a great fortune and a great inspiration to hear from Maharaj. So I was just recently hearing one class by His Holiness Swayam Bhagavan Keshav Swami Maharaj. So he explained that the 5 lessons which we can learn from a room. So I will explain this as an offering for Maharaj. So he says the first lesson that we can learn from the room is always when we see ceiling, so always keep your standard high. So Maharaj standards are always highest. Whether you keep it a cleaning a simple floor or the tea room or kitchen, even wearing some simple dhoti kurta also, his standard is highest, and he always expect his disciples also to keep his standards highest, especially in dealing with Vaishnavas, and also especially in the dealing between the subordinate and authorities. So when we serve in temples, we have so many ups and downs. Do this, do not, okay, let compromise. But Maharaj's expectation is to serve selflessly, sincerely. So I will try to apply this in my life. Second lesson which that Maharaj shares is time watch. So the lesson which we can learn from Maharaj's life is that he never wastes his time. He is always very conscious about time, and he knows where to give time and where not to give time also. He don't give time to he knows where to spend more time. So I remember that when I was working with all of you, I got the opportunity to serve as kitchen HOD. So Maharaj has come here. So here only Achantu was introducing all of us. So I was there. So Maharaj just looked at me and then left. He did not spoke anything, nothing. So that thought which came in my life is that I have done no service. Why I should waste Maharaj's time? Maharaj is time is so valuable. So next time when the interaction was again, Achantu humbly, like when this time when Maharaj came in Guru Sadai last time, so Maharaj again told. At that time again Maharaj just embraced the thing. So actually I was just thinking that instead of wasting time, we should do some service, as Mataji was speaking so nicely, that we should do some practical services. Like Prabhupada always says that preaching means results. How many boys you brought, how many devotees you made. So what is the result? So we should, I will surely try to do this service. At least in my lifetimes, I will try to serve and make some Vaishnavas which can be offered. I will try my level best. So this year, last year I promised Lord Maharaj that I will try at least 10 devotees who are 16 rounders full time. So we are, at least 8 have come. So let's try this time. I will try my level best every year. So second this time. And third, he told about mirror. So mirror lesson which we can learn is always reflect before you act. So Maharaj always don't act instantly. Actually, we have the nature because we have animalistic tendency. Animals act instinctively. As soon as they see food, their tongue gets saliva. This is because I have animalistic tendency, so we behave like this. Whenever somebody shouts at us, somebody corrects us, we behave instinctively. But Maharaj never behaved like that. We can see from his classes also and the experiences of the devotees in his interaction with them. So Maharaj always act, and especially if you read Journey Home and Journey Within, is all about reflections. How much Maharaj is learning from each and everything. Even from a mango, he can learn tolerance. He can learn so many things. So I will also try to apply this in my life. And the fourth thing was that we can learn from small room is door. So door was saying that always keep pushing. Don't remain stagnant. So Maharaj always keep pushing his disciples, especially those who are within his circle. So how much he pushes, you can just check with Achan Prabhu and these great souls. So they have, and these devotees also send us also some vibration, so we also do. So please keep pushing. Otherwise, just like an animal, he just walk very slowly. He never wants to go ahead in his spiritual life. Okay, ठीक है, हो गया, अभी बहुत है, 16 माला, okay, ठीक है. But Maharaj never like us to, like, I have attended only one, like, in 2011, the one Maharaj Vyasa Puja was there, so he was telling that all of you are like cows. Cows should give milk as well as calf also. They should produce children as well as they should give milk also. So all of us, we should do some service. And the fifth lesson that we learned from the room, I was telling about fan. So always remain cool-headed. So Maharaj is always cool-headed. You will never see him angry, especially when this time when we went to Kartik Yatra first day during sound system, what happened. So next day I went to that Prabhuji, because he's from Misri and Dhanbad only. So I asked, Prabhuji, what was your experience? So Prabhu says, just remain cool. Don't respond. If you respond. So then he was saying that many devotees came to him, and many senior devotees also. So I was amazed to see what the senior devotees told him. He told that you behave like a Kurura who just took Krishna from Vrindavan. So I was just amazed at how mature they are, And even the junior is like our Prabhuji is also so mature in replying. So this is high class training, This is a whole Bhagavatam. If you see this Bhagavata character, they never criticize, they never pinpoint faults, but they will always give some teaching so that we can improve. So it's a long way to go, and I have taken time of many devotees, so I will stop here only. Thank you very much. His Holiness Radhanath Swami Maharaj ki jai.
Thank you, Prabhu. I request Nimayan Prabhu to kindly give his offering. After that, we'll hear from His Grace Vrindavan Prabhu. So after this offerings will end with Vrindavan Prabhu's offering.
Hare Krishna. I will simply read the offering I wrote to Guru Maharaj. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Radhanath Swami Namine. I offer my most respectful obeisances unto the lotus feet of Srila Radhanath Swami Maharaj, who is very dear to Krishna, having taken shelter at his lotus feet. Hare Krishna, dear Gurudev, please accept my life. What a wonderful revolution you have created in the entire world. Although the movement of Srila Prabhupada is the only hope, but unless it is presented and represented with high-class character and genuine care for devotees, neither can it sustain devotees nor can it spread far and wide. Your deep, unconditional surrender and complete selfless dedication for Srila Prabhupada is life-giving to the whole world. Your deep love for Vrindavan, your deep absorption to chant holy names, your transcendental ability to connect with all kinds of people and conquering their hearts, your purity, your absorption, your care for devotees, your deep vision for future of ISKCON and all devotees, your ability to empower people to become empowered world leaders, along with your extraordinary simplicity, your humility, your enthusiasm to be under ISKCON authority always, your unlimited compassion has touched the hundreds of millions of hearts. Your every quality is sustained by hundreds of your pastimes. How can an insignificant person like myself glorify you properly? Although you are such a great person, you never let anyone know. I'm begging for your mercy and empowerment to be able to serve you. Guru Maharaj, I am so fortunate to meet you every day through your Vani, through your sincere disciples, through your instructions, through the services you have given to us, through your servants, through your wonderful pastimes, your examples, through your pictures, and in so many ways. How can I ever say that I am far from you? Just few days back you also came to Newtown, and we observed how you deal with difficult managerial situation in a very light way and give a solution by which everyone is encouraged. You are genius, Ati Dakshat, Ati Vallabhasya. You are very expert and very dear to Krishna. Although we are living in this temple, we were unable to see that how for 10 years we will sustain in this small temple hall. And although you came second time after Nitai Gauranga's installation and immediately noted that we need very big temple hall. That is so true. We are blind and Guru opens our eyes. Today I heard in your lecture you were telling us how we need to be in urgency to hear Srimad Bhagavatam. I beg at your lotus feet, I beg you for this consciousness and let me always be very serious and desperate to hear Srimad Bhagavatam. Let me understand that actually for me it is very urgent. I have been postponing becoming serious for last 18 years now, and Maya has trapped me for so long to continue postponing, and in that way Maya is slowly taking away everything. You told if you postpone to next year the seriousness, then we become more materially attached and it becomes more difficult. So now I don't wish to postpone. I want to become serious. You have so kindly given so many instructions to us. Who can say that we don't have your personal instructions? But we have so many instructions to work on. When will I actually prioritize chanting holy names over everything else? When will I become strict with my mind? When will I actually follow Trina Dapi Suni Chena Taroriva Saishuna Amanina Banadena Kirtanya Sadahari? when will I become your genuine instrument of compassion to distribute Krishna consciousness to others in the mood of servant of the servant? Lifetimes of homework, please bless me to follow your instructions in truth. The way you have empowered your disciples to do magic all over the world shows your glory. There is a true genuine devotion and high character in your sincere followers. You are a genuine Brajavasi who has spread glories of Vrindavan all over the world. How you are transferring simple old village ladies in India to big Hollywood stars is just a miracle. How powerfully you are distributing Krishna consciousness all over the world. Gurudev, you have so much love for Srila Prabhupada and hence for his birthplace Kolkata, which is always in your heart. And you have mercifully given us service in Calcutta and hence kept us in your heart. I do not know how can I ever properly reciprocate with so much love and mercy you have given us. I am trying to serve the youths in IIT Kharagpur so that they may be inspired to dedicate their lives to develop Kolkata, Srila Prabhupada's birthplace. Please bless me and all these students so that all of us may fully dedicate our lives to please you. That is our hope. Gurudev, I have seen how living independent of your mercy, my life is fully ruined, and how gaining your little mercy, I am filled with such energy and enthusiasm. You have kindly given me this realization in last 1 month. Now that I have your mercy in my life, I do not wish to lose it at any cost. Please let me preserve your mercy and never go away from following your instructions strictly. Begging to be always at your lotus feet, begging to always serve your servants, Nimai Anandadas.
Thank you, Prabhuji. I request Raj Gopinath Prabhu to kindly give his offering. It for 3 minutes. Please come. He's there. He's there. Or okay. Okay. Shri Ram Raghav Prabhu. I request Shri Ram Raghav Prabhu, please.
Hare Krishna. I really thank for getting this opportunity, and thank the devotees for giving me this. Although not qualified to speak about such a great personality, because when I think about Maharaj, then it is like I feel like I cannot say what about his qualities, about his association, and externally I may see him and judge, but said that spiritual master cannot be judged. But he is not external what I see. So he is so deep and so absorbed his qualities. I feel like really like I cannot imagine what he is. Is so I just this year we had association of Maharaj. Like in Kartik Yatra we had a very wonderful association. Of course I was not fortunate to be there for some services, but as Maharaj came here to ISKCON Newtown and devotees were having a meeting, and after that HH Radhanath Swami introduced us. saying that Maharaj, these are devotees preaching in Jamshedpur. Then immediately Maharaj looked towards it and said that, are you there in Jamshedpur? Like that he asked. And I felt so happy that, of course I felt so bad that I was not there for Yatra and I not got his association. So, but that instance of association which he gave and which he asked our concern, so that was very touching, and I felt that it was so sheltered I was. Just by asking these words that, are you there in Jamshedpur? Like that. And then when we went there also, he was seeing us, watching, and so like the way of Maharaj dealings with the devotees, right? Like personal association wherever it is. Like whenever, as Prabhuji already said, devotees are saying that how जब भी हम दंडवत करते हैं तो जनरली हम उठ जाए तब तक वो डिवोटी चले जाते हैं आगे. तो महाराज क्वालिफिकेशन, महाराज इज लाइक सो स्पेसिफिक दैट एवरीबडी whoever he offers obeisances, he stands there and waits and he glances towards them, thanks them and go ahead. It's like he says that we cannot be insensitive like that. So he feels so sensitive towards each small things also. Like when Maharaj came here also, ISKCON Newtown temple, when we got down and devotees were putting the flowers, immediately stopped. And then when he went ahead and some devotees were trying to make the way for him going ahead, then generally he doesn't like it. So he immediately removed the garland and put it on the devotee, and then he smiled at him. Through that signal he gave that, to saab bhi side ho jaiye, like that. So it was such a instance of it, but he doesn't want to hurt anybody. So that is what I learned from my spiritual master, that how he is so sensitive towards everybody and so caring, so loving for all the devotees, and so sheltered we feel. And especially today on his Vyasa Puja day, I ask blessings and prayers from him that whatever instructions he is giving us through his Vani association, through his lectures, I imbibe that in my life, and at least one day I can say myself that I am qualified to say that I am the disciple of His Holiness Radhanath Swami Maharaj. Hare Krishna. Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Hare Krishna. We'd like to beg forgiveness to devotees. I know there are many devotees who are in line who would like to make offering, but because of shortage of time, we are not able to give everyone an opportunity to speak. We have invited a special guest, special devotee, His Grace Vrindavan Prabhu. So let us welcome His Grace Vrindavan Prabhu by loudly chanting 3 times. His Grace Vrindavan Prabhu came in Krishna consciousness, he came in touch with in ISKCON in 1974. Today is now 2024, almost 50 years back. He was earlier very fired up preacher of RSS and Vishwa Hindu Parishad, and he was doing lot of those activities. He was working in he was getting a very high paid salary. But when he met devotees and especially read Prabhupada books, he was so inspired that in 1985 he gave up all other responsibilities and as a job and other things and became a full-time devotee. And since then, last 40 years, he has in a very dedicated way served mission of Srila Prabhupada. He has been he was a temple president in Pune way back before Radheshyam Prabhu, and he has also helped in opening many centers in India and around the world, and inspired many devotees to dedicate their life in Krishna consciousness. He also helped in many services in New Vrindavan, America, and also he was instrumental in starting the temple in Pittsburgh, which is a very flourishing center there. He also is a regular writer. He writes many articles in Back to Godhead magazine, Tukamane. He has written a book on life and teachings of Tukaram in Maharashtra. Tukaram Maharaj is extremely famous. So he speaks. He has written a book on life of Tukaram Maharaj. Also, his articles come in newspaper for every important festivals. His articles are there in newspapers. So lakhs of people read his articles and thing. So he currently resides in Pune along with his family, but he actively travels all around the world, Europe, America, and different parts in India. So recently came for Karti Yatra here, so we just invited him that can you please come and share some of his experiences with His Holiness Radhanath Maharaj. So he kindly agreed. He has also written a very beautiful book, Guru Smarnam, where he has compiled some of his interactions. So we are very honored to have with us His Grace Vrindavan Prabhu. So now we'll be having brief, he will speak now briefly about Maharaj, and then in the evening, 5 to 8, 3 hours, he will be elaborately speaking, and that program will be here nearby Pandal, just in front of Prasadam Hall. So 12 o'clock we'll have Pushpanjali and other things, but again we'll have a session in the evening where he'll elaborately discuss. Thank you very much, Hare Krishna.
First of all, I beg forgiveness from the devotees whose time I am taking. Please forgive me. I am here as a servant of Acharya Ratna Prabhu, so I have to do whatever he has ordered me to. So as we are all talking about Maharaj's Vyasa Puja, I would like to share some incidents, what Maharaj thinks about his Vyasa Puja. First time we decided to do his unofficial Vyasa Puja in 1987. At that time he was a visiting sannyasi, afterwards became a residential sannyasi for Radha Gopinath temple. And he was like a friend, brother, mentor, spiritual master, everything to us. There was not much congregation at that time. We were about 20 brahmacharis and congregation about 150, 200. And since then, we see how Maharaj has developed worldwide movement, but he's the same person as we used to see him in 1980s, early 80s. One time, Maharaj told in brahmachari class that I have only 2 possessions. One is a passport and another is driving license. Driving license. That shows how much detachment, you know. So, regarding Vyasa Puja, the first one we had was in 1987 in Mafatlal Bungalow. And we started program in the morning around 8 o'clock. And about 200 devotees were there. I was sitting next to Maharaj. And devotees were so heartfelt. They were crying when they were offering, you know, for Maharaj. And about 50, 60 devotees might have offered their offerings, and everybody was practically crying. And Maharaj can't see tears in anybody's eyes. Maybe I can elaborate that in the afternoon. So he cannot see the tears in his eyes. So when a devotee was crying, he was also crying. You know, he was sitting there and crying. So he was crying for about 3, 4 hours. And he always has a white hanky. You know, he considers sometimes people wonder why he uses white hanky. Because he don't want to use saffron to clean his nose or mouth or sweat. That's why Maharaj always uses white hanky. We gave him one time, orange one, and he said, "Where is my white hanky?" So since then we could understand he only uses white hanky. So he used that, and it was all soaked, and then he started using his uttari, and that was also half soaked. He was so crying all the time. His eyes became so red. So that was the last day of Pune Yatra that year in 1988. And after that, we used to go by Deccan Queen to Chowpatty back again. So we'll have Kirtan in the train and everything. So after Vyasa Puja, Krishna Chandra Prabhu has arranged a car for Maharaj. And me and Maharaj, we went in a car to catch a train to go to Chowpatty. So at that time, he held my hand and he said, "Today was the most austere day in my life." I said, "Maharaj, did we do any, is there any shortcoming in managing the Vyasa Puja or anything?" He said, No, everything was so good. Then another 5 seconds he paused and said, but still, it was a very austere day in my life. Then I said, Maharaj, please tell us, because Maharaj is so humble, he don't like to give anything, kind of suggestions, or he accepts whatever you offer him. Then I said, no, it was so wonderful. Then on his own he said, till now I was considering that mungus sitting on my head was the greatest austerity I had done. And today was more than that. And my heart was sinking like anything. Now, what did we do? Why Maharaj is feeling so much austerity when somebody is glorifying? How many people will, somebody is glorifying, we don't feel it austerity. We like it very pleasurable. We like to hear. And Maharaj is saying somebody is glorifying him for 3-4 hours, and he is saying this is the greatest austerity. And that is comparing more than the mongoose sitting on his head. And my heart was sinking because I was responsible for in that year for arranging the Vyasa Puja. Of course, there was not much to arrange at that time because it was very simple. So, and then he kept quiet, and then I said, Maharaj, please let us know, Then he said, no, everybody was so sweet, so loving and everything, but I don't know, I felt it's too much austere. Then I asked Maharaj, what is the austerity you felt? They said, it is difficult to hear 4 hours somebody glorifying me. That is the greatest austerity, to hear the glorification for 4 hours. So that is how he thinks about Vyasa Puja. So what we learn from that, we always do little service and we hunger for some glorification. But here somebody is glorifying you for 4 hours out of love. Nobody has even told anything. And he thinks that is the greatest austerity. So that is the mood of Maharaj. Therefore, he actually many times when we approach for Maharaj, when we'll have, even this year, right after Yatra, we asked Maharaj, our next festival is Vyasa Puja, where we should have it. Maharaj said, we'll talk about that later. He never agrees for Vyasa Puja. He don't like glorification. But as a disciple, it's our duty. But still, that this is the mood of Maharaj. Another time, 1988, Maharaj was there, and Palika Mataji made a big cake, about 3 feet and tall. And we were all sitting, again, not many devotees, about 300 devotees were there in Krishna Chandra Bafatlal Bungalow, Pune Yatra. And that time, the Palika Mataji and her husband Radha Krishna Prabhu got the cake in front of Maharaj. And everybody is waiting for Maharaj to cut the cake, but there was no knife. So I said, Maharaj, everybody is waiting. So he asked me, how am I supposed to cut the cake? And then we saw there is no knife. Then I told Radha Krishna Prabhu, and he went and he got the knife. And the knife was the biggest in the kitchen, so big knife. So I gave him the knife and he holds it in front of everybody. And I said, Sadhu means to cut. and then he cuts the big cake. That was so in 1989, there was His Holiness Giriraj Maharaj came for that Vyasa Puja. It was not a Vyasa Puja before. We used to celebrate his birthday, but we used to take an opportunity to glorify him. So that year, again, there was a big cake, and there were big candles were there. About 6 candles were there on that. And they were lighted, and everybody was ready. And we didn't forget to give the knife, and it was proper knife. So he saw the candles were lighting, and he looked at the candles, and he looked at all the devotees. Do you want to know what are these 6 candles? What is this fire? And everybody is like, Hari Bol, because sometimes Maharaj says something we cannot understand, something so spiritual, his thoughts are always so high, you cannot even imagine. So everybody said, Hari Bol. Then Maharaj said, these 6 candles they are lighting like a fire. They are like anarthas in my heart. Now, as you all kept quiet, we also don't know what to do. The Maharaj is saying this, you cannot say anything, These are the anarthas on fire in my heart. And we are like, sometimes Maharaj speaks in such a way, you don't know how to respond. But there was His Holiness Giriraj Maharaj was sitting next. Then he looked at, all of us were like shocked and we don't know what to say. He looks at Maharaj and said, Radhanath, they are not the 6 anarthas in your heart. He said, they are the 6 loving exchanges you have with all the devotees. So, Maharaj officially became a initiating guru in 1994. So, the first Vyasa Puja we were having in that year, it was in 1994 in Mayapur. He was, officially declared as he can accept the disciples. So it comes to the December. So always we'll have 3 yatras before in Chowpatty. One used to be in Diwali vacation. Second in between was in Christmas. That was always Pune Yatra. And the third one used to be in the month of May. So we'll have 3 yatras. So he became a guru in March and it was December, the first Vyasa Puja. So as we have seen many Vyasa Pujas at that time, they were so grand and so much. So we wanted to give something surprise to Maharaj. So we didn't because we know Maharaj, if we tell the plan, he is never going to accept. So we just have to make an arrangement and then we have to tell him. And this is the first year he is going to accept the official Vyasa Puja. So we had a team of about 5 devotees and we were planning everything. So at that time, we were deciding to make a beautiful Vyasasan, because we didn't have any Vyasasan for Maharaj at that time. So we decided to have beautiful Vyasasan. And I used to sit like Maharaj, so they called me to take the measurement and everything. And the 2 days after I went to Chowpatty, and Maharaj called me in his room. He said, I heard there is some conspiracy going against me. And Maharaj uses such a heavy word, it's difficult. He said, Maharaj, how somebody can have a conspiracy against you? But I heard some conspiracy going against me. I said, Maharaj, truly I don't know. He said, tell me the truth. I said, Maharaj, it was supposed to be surprise to Maharaj. So I was caught in 2 things. If I tell truth to Maharaj, then I will be committing offenses to 5 devotees. So I was caught in Dharma Sankat. So, Maharaj asked me again, tell me the truth. And I said, now here I have to decide which is the superior person, and we can offend the inferior person. So, and who is one spiritual master, I said, nothing much, Maharaj. We are trying to celebrate your first Vyasa Puja. And Maharaj looked at me angrily. Do you know what is the meaning of Vyasa Puja? Now, I was in ISKCON for about 15 years, so I know what is the meaning of Vyasa Puja. So I told Maharaj, the meaning of Vyasa Puja is glorification of Guru. Maharaj said, no. I was shocked. That is what we are hearing for 15 years. Glorification of Maharaj that is what Guru Puja is. Maharaj said, no. He said, real glorification of Guru is following his instructions. And if you follow my instructions, that is real Vyasa Puja. Otherwise, you will come once in a year and glorify and don't do any seva for Guru, don't follow his instruction, then that is not Vyasa Puja. And then he said, go and tell everybody. And then I have to go and tell this to all the 5 people who were arranging these things. Then Maharaj said, stop it immediately. Then they said, but Maharaj, we have to do, so what you are doing? Maharaj asked me, I said, Maharaj, I was part of getting the Vyasasan and deciding the venue and some other things. And Maharaj said, I don't want any asan. I will sit on the same asana on which you sit and give lecture. Because just about a month ago, Maharaj has come to Pune, where I was the president. And that time we had a big program in Nigdi. About 1200 devotees used to come for 7 days, Bhagavad Gita class. So Maharaj came for that, and in the last day, I asked him to give the lecture. So he gave the lecture, and that asana was very simple. In fact, it was a folding asana. You know, you just fold it and you can carry it in like a suit bag. Some devotee has designed, for this Pandal program of 7 days Bhagavad Gita course. Said Maharaj said, I will sit on that asana. So he don't want anything elaborate things. And then he asked me, what else you are planning? Said Maharaj, somebody is writing Sanskrit pranati for you. And Maharaj said, I don't want any pranati. He said, just actually previously till 1993, actually in ISKCON, every guru has a pranati, like full pranati like Prabhupada, and everybody had some title like Prabhupada, like close to you. Jayapataka Maharaj is called as Acharyapad. Like Tamal Krishna was Gurupad, and Kirtananand was Bhaktipad, Kripal Krishna Maharaj was Bhagavatpad, Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj was Tirthapad, Krishnapad. So like that, everybody was Pad like that. So we were thinking of doing something like this, and we didn't know that ISKCON had stopped this, because nobody, I was the temple president, but we were not allowed to go to GBC meeting, and that rule had just come. And all these paths and everything is gone, and only first the Om Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimati Radhanath Swami Nityanamane. That's the only thing. Then Maharaj said, I don't want the second, pranati, And then he said, we will have it very simple. And he said, the purpose of Guru Vyasa Puja is glorification, but I would like all my disciples to do such a service to Srila Prabhupada that by their action, the Guru will be automatically glorified. So he said that the test of a disciple is his actions glorify his Guru. And he says that is the real glorification of spiritual master. He said, although in Gaudiya Vaishnava Parampara, we need to glorify spiritual master, but this is what Maharaj thinks about Vyasa Puja. All his disciples should glorify, by seeing that devotee, oh, whose disciple are you? People should think like that. And Maharaj likes that more than directly glorifying him. So this is another time I was in New Vrindavan at that time. It was my birthday, and I don't like, so I ran away from New Vrindavan because some devotees were trying to do some program. And at that time, Maharaj was in Gitanagari. He was staying in the same house where Satswarup Maharaj wrote Prabhupada Lilamrut. And he was just, he was reading Prabhupada books there and preparing for some yatra. So I ran away and I went to Gitanagari. And as soon as I went to Gitanagari, I went to see Maharaj. And Maharaj was sitting there with a big cake. And as soon as I entered there, and Maharaj said, happy birthday. And I said, Maharaj, how come you know? How come you came to know? Actually, I avoided New Vrindavan, and so that all the devotees, all my godbrothers and friends kind of a thing. And how come you have a cake for me? And they were all hiding in different rooms. So Maharaj called all of them. He said, they raised before you. So then I it's not out of humility, but sometimes you talk with Maharaj like a friendly talk. So I just talked to Maharaj. And he said, I told Maharaj, he said, Maharaj, there is nothing to celebrate in my birthday. My father told me, I was trying to imitate, Duryodhan. The history, it is when I was born, there was this pus and blood was, falling from the sky. and all the owls and crows and inauspicious birds were coming. So I was trying to give this explanation which is there. And Duryodhana was born. And Maharaj was laughing like that, And then he said, do you want to know when I was born and what happening? And then everybody was like, yes, Maharaj. Again, it was a bomb. He said, 7 December 1950, America declared as an official Black Day. Till now, I'm trying to find out why Maharaj said that. I don't know why Maharaj said that, but I don't find anything in the history of America, and I never dared to ask Maharaj. So, another time, Maharaj told just recently. Maharaj said, do you know how difficult it is to be a guru? And I said, yes, Maharaj, we all know. He said, guru means to adjust with all disciples' mood. Actually, till then I was thinking, disciple has to adjust with spiritual master's mood. And then Maharaj said that guru means to adjust with disciples' mood. He said, Maharaj, but we think that disciple have to adjust to guru's mood. Then Maharaj said, you know why I said that? I said, no, Maharaj. He said, in a day, I have to talk about birth, old age, disease and death. Somebody calls me and he said they had a baby. So I have to congratulate them. I have to give them the name and all these things he said. Then after another 1 hour, somebody calls me, somebody died in their family. Can you imagine changing the thing? And then after that, somebody calls me that they have got some disease, then you have to counsel them like that. So, this is the way spiritual master adjusts with everybody. So because it is not that disciples, we should try to adjust with Guru's mood, what should be the Guru's mood. But also spiritual master, one time he called me and he said, you're lucky, Vrindavan Prabhu, you have only one family to take care. He said, I have to take care of thousands of families. So we think spiritual master, he just takes glorification, but we don't see how much he does behind the scene. And it is true, I have seen Maharaj sitting in his room hours and hours and hours for the last so many years, how he deals with so many devotees. When I was listening to Jagannath Sundari's offering, actually that is practically, that's everybody had that kind of relationship in the Chowpatty temple till 95 kind of a thing, because after that congregation has grown like anything. So practically each family Maharaj was involved. Whether it is each family, each person, Maharaj was practically involved. So much sometimes devotee think, that Guru Maharaj knows what is going, he understands his disciple. One time he came, I was in his room and he was just walking in his room, and after my obeisances, said, Maharaj said, I was just thinking about you. So I just came, said, Maharaj, what can I do for you? He said, there is one couple who's in California and Maharaj is in New Vrindavan. They are having some difficulty, but as a sannyasi, I cannot tell these things to them. So I want you to tell them all these things. And I called that devotee and he was surprised. They said, whatever going on with us, husband and wife, nobody knows. How come Maharaj came to know? I said, that I don't know. This is how Maharaj understands disciples' heart, what's going on in their heart. I said, I am just calling on behalf of Maharaj just to tell you some things what Maharaj has told me to do. Now I asked these questions to Maharaj afterwards, after some time, because I had 2-3 incidents in my life also. And Maharaj could understand my mind and heart, what I am thinking. So at that time, I asked Maharaj, Maharaj, does Guru knows each and all of his disciples' mind and heart, what's going on? And Maharaj was so humble. He said, if Krishna allows. If Krishna allows. So, it was so humble answer, but I have seen Maharaj many incidents that many devotees' life, he helped so much in the beginning. And now he actually, he thinks about it and he says, I wish I can be like that with everybody. So it is a mood of Maharaj, but he said, Maharaj many times said many things, but one time just in the pandemic, Maharaj, he said, it is humanly impossible for me. It is humanly impossible. Although I would like to be with everyone, with all my disciples, but it is humanly impossible. So we'll continue in the afternoon. Thank you. Hare Krishna.
So thank you very much, Vrindavan Prabhuji. So let us thank Vrindavan Prabhu by loudly chanting 3 times. Haribo, Haribo, Haribo. So Prabhuji will continue evening 5 o'clock in the Pandal, which is just near Prasadam Hall. 5 to 8. Devotees felt 5 to 8 is little, because after Prasadam they will 5 to 8. So we'll have in the evening 5 to 8. And now we have Pada Prakshala, other thing.
Hare Krishna. So now we'll have Pada Prakshalan, then Bhoga offering, then Pushpanjali and Guru Puja, and 1:30 p.m. we'll have Feast Prasadam. Haribol. Then 5 to 8 p.m. Prabhuji, Vrindavan Prabhuji will be narrating various pastimes, and 7 p.m. there will be dinner prasadam.
Hare Krishna. So just I'm seeing there is a beautiful ceremony is going to happen about Pada Prakshalan. The first time we asked Maharaj in Pune Yatra, and it was in the month of December. So it always cold in Pune, not as much nowadays. So that time it used to be very cold. So all the items we bought like ghee and all the things used to get cold, and ghee used to get so solid. So devotee Maharaj never allows to touch his feet. Never allows to touch his feet. So that's the only time you get to touch his feet. So the devotees, 4 devotees were assigned. I was one of them. So we 4 thought, let us take this chance to hold Maharaj's feet as long as we can. And nature was helping us. First was the milk we offered him. Then we came with the ghee, which was solid. So we used to take the ghee with your fingers and literally rub on his feet. And Maharaj saw that they are taking disadvantage. He just pulled his leg up and we gave him towel with. He cleaned his feet with his towel, and he never allowed afterwards to wash his feet. Hare Krishna. So afterwards we did like a Manas Puja like we are doing now.
हरे कृष्णा। तो अभी आपके पास पुष्प आ जाएंगे, तो पुष्प सभी लोग 3 बार में ऑफरिंग करना है, तो आप लोग पुष्प ले लीजिए और 3 बार में इनको ऑफर करना है। तो प्रभु जी लीड करेंगे, आप हम सब रिपीट करेंगे।
ओम अज्ञान तिमिरन्धस्य ज्ञानाञ्जन शलाकया चक्षुरुन्मिलितं येन तस्मै श्रीगुरुवे नमः। श्रीचैतन्य मनोभीष्टं स्थापितं येन भूतले स्वयं रूप कदा मह्यं ददाति स्वपदान्तिकम्। वन्देऽहं श्रीगुरो श्रीयुता पदकमलं श्रीगुरुन् वैष्णवांश श्रीरूपं साग्रजातं सहगण रघुनाथान्वितं तं सजीवं साद्वैतं सावधूतं परिजनसहितं कृष्ण चैतन्य देवं श्री राधा कृष्ण पादान् सहगना ललिता श्री विशाखान्वितांश नमो विष्णुपादाय कृष्ण पृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्तिवेदांत स्वामी इति नामिने। नमस्ते सारस्वते देवे गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेष शून्यवादी पाश्चात्य देशतारिणी। नमः विष्णुपादाय कृष्ण पृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्ति सिद्धांत सरस्वती इति नामिने श्रीवासभानुवे देवी दायिताय कृपाब्धये कृष्ण संबंध विज्ञान दायिने प्रभवे नमः। माधुरोज्वल प्रेमाढ्य श्रीरूपानुग भक्तिदा श्री गौरा करुणा शक्ति विग्रहाय नमोस्तुते। नमस्ते गौरवाणी श्रीमूर्तये दीनतारिणे रूपानुगा विरुद्ध अपसिद्धांत ध्वंत हारिणे। नमो गौर किशोराय साक्षात् वैराग्य मूर्तये विप्रलंभार सांबोधे पादाम्बोजायते नमः। नमो भक्ति विनोदाय सच्चिदानंद नामिने गौर शक्ति स्वरूपाय रूपानुगावरायते गौरविर्भाव भूमिस्त्वं निर्दिष्टा सज्जना प्रिया वैष्णवा सार्वभौमा श्री जगन्नाथाय ते नमः। वाञ्छाकल्प तरुभ्यश्च कृपा सिन्धुभ्य एव च पतितानां पावनेभ्यो वैष्णवेभ्यो नमो नमः। नमो महावदन्याय कृष्ण प्रेम प्रदायते कृष्णाय कृष्ण चैतन्य नामिने गौरतुष्ये नमः। पंचतत्वात्मकं कृष्णं भक्तरूप स्वरूपकं भक्तावतारं भक्ताख्यं नमामि भक्तशक्तिकम्। हे कृष्ण करुणा सिंधु दीनबंधु जगतपते गोपेश गोपिका कांता राधा कांता नमोस्तुते। जयतां सुरतौ पंघोर मम मंद मतिर्गते मत्सर्वस्व पदाम्भोजौ राधा मदन मोहनौ दिव्य वृंदारण्य कल्पद्रुमादः श्रीमद् रत्नागार सिंहासनस्थौ श्रीमद् राधा श्रील गोविंद देवौ प्रेष्ठालिभिः सेव्यमानो स्मरामि श्रीमान् रासरसारम्भी वंशीवट ततस्थितः कर्षणवेणु सुनीर्गोपी गोपीनाथ श्रियेस्तु नः। तप्तकाञ्चन गौरांगी राधे वृंदावनेश्वरी वृषभानुसुते देवी प्रणमामि हरिप्रिये। जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासादि गौर भक्त वृंदा। हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे। आपके हाथ में दिए हुए पुष्पों को 3 भाग में विभाजित कर दीजिए और एक भाग को अर्पण करेंगे। नमः ओम विष्णुपादाय कृष्ण पृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते राधानाथ स्वामी इति नामिने एष पुष्पांजलि समर्पयामि। श्रील राधानाथ स्वामी महाराज की जय। नमः ओम विष्णुपादाय कृष्ण पृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते राधानाथ स्वामी इति नामिने एष पुष्पांजलि समर्पयामि श्रील राधानाथ स्वामी महाराज की जय। नमः विष्णुपादाय कृष्णपृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते राधानाथ स्वामी इति नामिने एष पुष्पांजलि समर्पयामि श्री राधानाथ स्वामी महाराज की जय। श्री राधानाथ स्वामी महाराज व्यास पूजा महामहोत्सव की जय। निताय गौर प्रेमानंद। हरि 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 बोल।